Tomorrow's meeting. Okay. Just give us a sec. Oh, there we go. Members in the House and members of the public, we will have a information desk that will be set up outside the chambers throughout the course of the day, where there will be officials from the WCED manning a information desk in the lobby that will assist with the unplaced learner matters. So if we have any members joining us this morning, either online or in person throughout the morning, and you have an issue with any unplaced learner matters, you are welcome to visit our information desk throughout the course of the morning. Members, we will be deliberating on parts A, B, and D of the annual report of the Department of Education for the 2024-25 financial years. But just before we get started, we can just do a brief round of introductions. My name is Peter Johnson. I'm the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Education. We will start with members in the chambers first.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister, HOD, and all departmental officials. My name is Wendy Kaiser-Philander, and I'm a member of this committee, Chairperson. In the same breath, if you can allow me, can I make a proposal based on what you've just conveyed to the committee? I assume we will be taking a body break around about 10 or so. Do you anticipate we're having an extended break, perhaps just for members of the public to engage the table outside? Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Benedict van Minnen, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Khalid Said, and I'm a member of the committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Thomas Walters, a member of the committee.
Good morning. I'm Danita Stevens, and I'm a member of this committee.
Morning, Chairperson, morning, colleagues, morning, Minister, and to our learned officials. I'm Emery Boyson, and I am an alternate member of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Members online.
Good morning, Chairperson and Minister. Phil Christians, a member of the committee.
Thank you, members. Member Kaiser-Philander, thank you for your proposal. We will definitely look into an extended comfort break after we have completed the bulk of the annual report, where members of the public will have the opportunity to engage the officials, the members, as well as officials manning the information desk. While I have the microphone, a warm word of welcome to the members of the public joining us this morning. You are most welcome to the WCPP. We have support staff right there at the back. I think there might be a few hard copies of the annual report available to you as well. Alternatively, the IT staff will assist you to connect to the Wi-Fi and download a e-version of the annual reports. Minister, over to you and the department for introductions.
Hi, good morning to the members of the committee and good morning to the guests. My name is David Mania. I am the Minister responsible for education. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee, and the guests who are with us today and the people online. Good morning. My name is Brent Walters. I'm the head of the WCD.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Leon Eli. I'm the CFO for the department. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, members. My name is Alan Meyer. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for institutional development and coordination.
Good morning, members. Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Juan Benjamin. I'm the Chief Director for Curriculum Management and Teacher Development.
I'm Bernard Hammond, Director Communication.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Ignatius Cyprian, Inclusive Education and Specialized Support.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kerry Mochlin. I'm from the Ministry of Education. Good morning, everybody. Ruth Lucas, Director Early Childhood.
Good morning, Chairperson, committee members and guests. Heather van Ster, Chief Director, Districts.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, guests. Ian De Vega, Chief Director for Business Intelligence Management.
Good morning, everyone. Lizen McLean, Chief Director, Physical Resources.
Good morning, all. Colin Iso, Director, Employee Relations.
Morning, Chair members. Matthijs Cronje, Chief Director, People Management Practices.
Good morning, Chair, members. Rian Eisen, Director, Management Accounting.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the honorable members, as well as the guest, Zukisani Mpisi, Acting Chief Director, Financial Management.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Hein Burger, Acting Director, Financial Accounting.
Officials online.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. My name is Sali Abrams. I'm the DDG for Education Planning in the WCD.
Thank you very much, everyone. Before we get started with our deliberations on the annual report, I would just like to afford the Minister and the HOD a opportunity for opening remarks. Minister, over to you. Apologies, Minister. Member Syed.
Chair, my apologies, Chair, and I should have said, I should have made the request at the beginning. Could I just maybe suggest that in light of the conviction of the for the murder of the senseless killing of the learner at the school in Caledon, that we have a minute silence before we start. I was just hoping if we could do that, just in solidarity with the family and the friends of the learner who was killed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Syed. I have been informed that that was part of the Minister's opening remarks, but a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you very much. Minister, over to you.
Chairperson, members of the committee, good morning. I think if we look back at the year under review, there's a lot in our annual report and a lot in the year under review to celebrate. Not least our excellent matric results in 2024, where we gained our highest matric pass rate ever, if I recall correctly, and where we demonstrated, I think, very significant improvement in the results in our quintile 1 to 3 schools. We, of course, are investing more in improving learning outcomes and in learning recovery through our Back on Track program, which is being implemented across phases, including especially in the foundation phase. Our Rapid School Build program, where we are investing more in infrastructure and building more schools faster than ever before. But of course, the environment, as honourable members know, is defined by very significant budget constraints, which have required tough decisions. And because of those tough decisions, the department remains stable and, importantly, during the year under review, has managed to maintain its support to vulnerable learners. We've maintained, of course, the school nutrition program, the learner transport program. We've supported our vulnerable learners through fee exemptions, and then, of course, through our contributions to no fee schools. So I think as we traverse the reports, there is a lot to be proud of. But yes, of course, there are challenges, and the defining challenge, not just in the year under review, but also as we move forward over the medium term, is, of course, the fiscal constraints. And we certainly are going to work hard to navigate those and other challenges. And I'd like to thank the opposition, the leader of the opposition, for calling for a moment of silence. I think it was entirely the appropriate thing to do so. Thank you.
HOD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, members of the committee. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. I think in many ways, the year under review, Chairperson, was one of the best years for outcomes for the WCD. As the Minister, to start off, as the Minister indicated, achieved the highest matric pass rate ever in the history of the WCD last year. We also had the highest ever access to bachelor's passes at 47.8% access to bachelor's ever in the history of the department. I think that what we also saw in the year under review was a back on track program, which essentially was a learning outcomes program to try and get learners in codes 3, 4, and 5 to improve their learning, especially in maths and language in the intermediate and senior phase. This is very important, Chairperson, because sometimes in the hurly-burly of education, we need to remember a purpose, which is really about giving children a better opportunity. And we certainly did try to do that in the year under review. In the year under review also, we had the introduction, perhaps the reintroduction, because perhaps it had been done before, but of the 1+9 intervention in the department, which is we in teachers in the intermediate and senior phases. We took teachers out of the classroom every 9 days, and for the 10th day, they talk about the material that they've covered before and the material that's going to go forward in the next 10 days. One mustn't underestimate that program for teachers. Teachers found it useful, and it certainly did improve our learning outcomes. And systemic testing also increases in maths and language scores, especially in grade 3 and 6. In the under review, also, Chairperson, we had an ambitious school infrastructure program, adding 457 classrooms to the estate of the WCET and the classrooms and schools under our control. I think the committee is very aware because we've been called here many times to account for it. In terms of the admissions, we placed every learner or offered every learner a place that essentially showed up. I think what was challenging in the year was the grade R integration into the system through statutes. So grade R had always been something that the department has done. We always increase our footprint in grade R, but in the year under review, what we saw, there was a compulsion to be able to actually introduce grade R. That presented its own challenges. The department did its best it could. Obviously, we know that in grade R, we have quite a significant sector, the private sector, doing grade R. So combination of providing the places in the public system and then leveraging what the private system has to offer. From a budget expenditure point of view, we spent 99.8% of the budget allocated to us. Of a 31.397 billion rand budget, we spent 31.344 billion rand in the year under review. That's a 99.8% utilization. Also had the PEYI program, which gave a lot of young people an opportunity to be exposed to very many different facets of the education system. Obviously, Chairperson, the importance of that program for South Africa was around giving young people a working opportunity. But for us, we leverage that into an assistance opportunity for the system. And those there are people in the room who can talk to that. I think that we also in the year under review had one of the biggest grade 12 enrollment classes. And if we take from 2012 to 2024, we had a 58% increase in numbers from 39,303 grade 12 enrollment for 2012 to 62,137 in 2024. So what that actually demonstrates, Chairperson, why am I making these opening remarks? Making the opening remarks to indicate to the committee it's a growing system with lots of demands. The department has to adapt to that growth. The department has to adapt to learner number growth, but also just in terms of the pressure that we face to make sure that we could add on grade R. And of course, the committee will also know that there's also in that time, also the early childhood development section was also added to the department. So if we take those pressures in terms of where we're going as a department, we believe we did quite well in the year under review. Education is everyone's business. It is everyone's business. So therefore, there is a high pressure on the department to deliver at the level of quality. And we do believe that in this year under review, Chairperson, we try to do our best. Obviously, Chairperson, we would have fallen short in some ways. Not to say everything is perfect, but the effort that the department puts in, we are a learning organization, we learn from errors and we try and advance. But with that, those few words, Chairperson, I want to welcome the opportunity. Thank you for hosting us here today. And we are here to be able to explain and answer any questions that the committee may have asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD and Minister, for your opening remarks. Members, I will now afford you the opportunity for questions or comments based on the Minister and the HOD's opening remarks. If you have any inputs, you can please just raise your hands, members in the chambers or members online, before we get to the annual report itself. Member Syed, over to you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me again also thank the Honourable MEC and the head of the department and the team. I mean, mine at this point is not any specific question, but just a comment to indicate that, look, let me welcome the input and the spirit within which that input was made. To say that, look, we also recognize the efforts, even as the opposition. We may be appearing, and even in today's meeting, our questions will be quite pointed and seem as somewhat hard-hitting, but it's all for the sake of creating and working together to ensure that we have a better environment for our learners and for our educators within which to operate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for those positive remarks, Member Syed. Member Walters.
Yeah, Chair, I'm not swapping roles with the Leader of the Opposition. I'm going to be asking some, even as a member of the governing party, I'm going to be asking also some very pointed questions, and maybe also the heads up, because we're not here to catch one another out. I'm very interested, and I've described it this way, the cost to child educated. How are we making use of our budget? Are we getting more out of a rand to deal with the educational need? I'm particularly interested in some of the investments that has been made by the department over time. That's not always, and the Chair will keep it to the annual report, but some of the investments made is the kind of thing that one should look at over a year cycle, because it takes a couple of years to come to fruition. So I'm certainly going to be looking at what investments were made and what the, sorry to use business language rather than public language, but what's the dividends for the public and for children. And also some comparative benchmarking. We are not, it's one thing to compare yourself to yourself and tell yourself you're doing a good job, but compare to what? So I'll be asking, my questions will be along those lines. Having said that, I'm certainly struck by the enthusiasm and the embracing of innovation that you see in this department. The question is whether there's ultimately, whether it's providing or getting to fruition and making a difference. And it's along those lines. I'm just giving you the heads up. So when you answer the questions, you know where I'm coming from. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Walters. Minister and HOD, if you would like to respond to any of the comments made by Member Syed and Member Walters, you are welcome to do so now.
I think we take the comments on board and we stand ready to take questions. I think both members have provided myself and the department with the context in which they are going to frame their questions, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Before we start with the first part of the annual report, are there any other members that would like to pose a question or comment? Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. And Chairperson, pardon my ignorance. I know that the inputs from the Minister and the HOD will come across it again in the parts as of Part B going forward. My ignorance is based on, Chairperson, we achieved the highest matric pass rate, we achieved the highest bachelor entry, whatever it's called, but we're not #1 in the country. How does it work? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Boyson. Before I hand over to the Minister and the Department, I would just like to inform the members of the public present this morning, we will have a special slot after our deliberations where we would like to hear your inputs on the annual report and questions to the department as well. So I will afford you the equal opportunity after the committees concluded our deliberations as well. Minister, over to you, HOD.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Member Boyson. I think part of the reason, there are many, education isn't a straight line. So, you know, you put in the inputs, you get outputs, you have good years, you have not so good years. That's what happens in education. But I think if we look overall, the major reason I think that we are not in the top, as you indicated, is because we have the best throughput rate. So in other words, there are many, many learners coming to our system that are not dropping out of the system, that are staying right to the end of the system. And if you compare that across the country, where we have the best throughput rate, so that obviously will influence in the end. And so therefore, because we know that, we obviously have to compare what we compare with is what we've done previously. You know, last year was nearly a 5% swing in the result. It was phenomenal. It's a phenomenal result if you look at our history over time in terms of doing things. So I think we are fairly confident as an educator. I can say as an educator, we are also used to people not making the grade as part of education. Some will make it and some won't make it. What you need to do as an educator and as a system is potentially just make sure you're giving every learner the best opportunity to be the best version of themselves. And therefore, obviously what we hold ourselves to account for is, have we given the best inputs for the learner? Are we doing the best? In my opening remarks, I spoke about the back and track program. There are matric classes. In terms of the matric preparation, Mr. Benjamin, Mr. Meyer, Ms. Van Ster, they can probably talk about all the efforts that the department actually put into that. But the real reason that we're not in that top 3, maybe it could change, but the reason is our throughput rate. Every learner is welcome inside our system.
I think I think it's important to look at the numbers. The contrast in the throughput rate is not insignificant. I mean, in NSC 2024, our throughput rate, which was the highest in the country, was 69.9%, compared to Free State, which was about 55.3%. So these throughput rates are actually very significant factors in determining ultimately who ends up at the top of what we call the league tables. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister and HOD. Members, I can confirm that our information desk outside the chambers is up and running. So whenever we have a tea break, please do engage the officials manning the information desk outside throughout the course of the morning. Members, we will now start with Part A of the annual report, which is pages 5 to 22. It includes a overview or forward by the Minister and the HOD, as well as some other information. Members, I take the report as read, and I will now hand over to the members in the chambers first for questions, a first round, and then members on the online platform. Members in the House, questions on Part A, please indicate, raise your hands. I see Member Stevens, Member Syed, Member Stevens, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is on page 10. This is the HRD, but then in Handklip Kleinman, where there is no high school and learners have to travel to Houston, overcrowded schools, and the department does not make provision for transport. If parents cannot afford the traveling and school fees, the child ultimately becomes a dropout and adds to the current statistics. And on page 12, how does the department ensure that fees charged for examination-related services remain affordable to learners from disadvantaged backgrounds? What percentage of the department's total revenue comes from reprographic services? And how is that income being reinvested into educational resources? And also on page 12, what steps is the department taking to ensure that the rollover funds from unspent allocations are used effectively in the next financial year? I just want to get back to page 11 also. What are the plans on poorly maintained facilities in the rural areas, especially in the unsafe ones, on outdated infrastructure where schools may struggle to implement digital learning initiatives? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stevens. Member Syed. Apologies, Minister.
Chair, can I just ask the honourable member to repeat the second question, which was related to page 12.
Thank you, Minister. Member Stevens, the question from page 12. If you just turn your mic on, please.
How does the department ensure that fees charged for examination-related services remain affordable to learners from disadvantaged backgrounds? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stevens. The second hand, Member Syed, and then Member Walters.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My questions first starting with page 12. Yeah, page 12 with regards, it speaks to the report of the accounting officer. As the point of reference there, just over 10 million for the mod feeding programs, which could not be completed before the financial year end, as initially anticipated. It speaks about the rollovers for the full amount have been requested. Now, I just wanted to get a sense because maybe I'm not reading it properly, but there is no indication which reporting program in particular this forms part of. What was the reason for this budget not being spent, and which mod centers were these funds allocated? Because I mean, I must say, we welcome the introduction of mod centers. Mod centers are very, very important. It provides learners with that opportunity to thrive through sports and to have sports as an activity. So I think it's important. Then page 13, just the next page there, in terms of the rollovers as well. The accounting officer approved, it speaks about the following environments between the main division in the vote. Now, over 100 million has been shifted. I just wanted to get a sense as to where this has been shifted to and why. Do we go into section B now or later? Later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Syed. I'd just also like to welcome the new members of the public joining us this morning. Member Walters, over to you.
Chair, my question relates to page 12, and I realize we're dealing with the annual report, but there is something very if you look at it nearly from an accounting point of view, the underlying meaning sometimes of the strategic content, and I can reference the page numbers there that's being referred to. It doesn't always translate into what it actually means. Now, earlier you mentioned throughput rate, for example. In actual people, what does it mean in terms of let's say, this year's performance? What does it mean in human beings that are in the system versus would have remained outside the system there? That's sort of a more generic question, which I was hoping to see in this section of the report. And then my other two questions are just really questions for clarity. You mentioned on page 14, public-private partnerships. The department did not enter any arrangements, and that there were no partnerships that meet the formal prescription. Perhaps just if you can assist me in what it means with doesn't meet the formal prescription. And then under page 15, there is a maintenance of the WCED asset register. Gift and donations received in kind from non-related parties. What does it mean? It's just those two are just questions of clarity. I don't expect an elaborate answer. I just didn't know what it meant when I read the report.
Thank you, Member Walters. For the first round, I just want to confirm any members online, if there are any questions. I do not see any for a first round. Member Syed?
Sorry, I just realized now I may have created confusion with my question on page number 15 with the 100 million. I was asking where was the money shifted from, not shifted to. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying, Member Syed. Minister and HOD, over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the HOD in the department to respond to questions, and I will come in at the end if I choose to supplement any reply. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Chairperson. We will obviously, as a team, endeavour to answer all the questions. The ones involving finance, Mr. Eli will indicate the answers to those. But maybe I just, and Mr. Meyer and Mr. Benjamin could also be on standby to just answer any other questions that we may have missed out. But maybe I just want to first indicate, Ms. Stevens, on the questions you asked. Remember now, in terms of transport, we provide a free transport service. When I mean free, it's a cost to us, but to the learner, there's no cost. I speak under correction, Ms. McLean can correct me, but it's more than 500 routes that we actually provide transport. And there obviously would be a process around which schools would apply for transport route, given that the X amount of learners who maybe can't get to where they need to be. Then there are thresholds. For example, if you live within 5 kilometers of a school, you don't qualify for the route, stuff like that. But we administer a system. Mr. Ila can give the figures in terms of the money we spend, but we administer a system which has more than 500 routes in terms of transport. And there's a special committee, we call it the bus committee, that sits, that potentially looks at the issue of making sure that we qualify for those routes or not. Mr. Ila is just pointing out to me that our budget for learner transport in the year under review was 645.332 million, and expenditure was 95.2% of that budget, 614.666 million rand. So that's just on the transport. I think also that just in terms of making sure that if Mr. Abrams could perhaps just answer the question on poorly maintained facilities, or Ms. McLean, one of them could please just answer that question. Obviously, we have the oldest estate. What I mean by that, the oldest school estate, because the education system started in the Western Cape. We have the oldest school estate, and also we do have, I'm going to say, extreme weather patterns in the Western Cape. We've got the wet winters and the dry summers, and obviously that, and wind and all the other things that go with it, that obviously do affect it. Maybe Ms. McLean or Mr. Abrams could potentially just talk to those things. I want to just also indicate that on the fees, you asked the question about fees. So essentially what we have is we have no fee schools and we have schools that are allowed to charge fees. And in the schools that are allowed to charge fees, the SGBs approve the fees that the school should charge, or that the schools can charge. What then happens then is that parents obviously have to pay those fees, and there's a contract between the parent and that governing body in school to be able to pay those fees. So we do have no fee schools, but we also have fees where schools where we allow people to pay fees. I think if Mr. Eli could also just address himself to the question about the mod feeding program, and specifically, what we basically what we spend on that program. And then there was also a question on page 13, what the rollovers, Mr. Eli, if you could maybe just also answer that. And then Mr. Eli, also the question about public-private partnerships, and there was a question about the asset register. Those are all questions in your domain. And then anything that I perhaps would have left out, we'll mop up at the end. Mr. Eli, can I hand over to you? And then Mr. Abrams then almost answer the question that was asked. Mr. Eli.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, Chair. In terms of the question around by member Ms. Stevens around the public services, the percentage is 0.08%. Just to say, Chairperson, we're not a revenue generating department, and therefore the revenue we do generate it's incidental to our operations. And through that, it in terms of the composition of the budget, so the revenue that we get is also from Provincial Treasury in terms of allocations, and then that basically balances to our budget in terms of expenditure as well. So so that's just in terms of the question of reproductive services and the issue that we're not a revenue generating department. However, we do disclose the detail around it for the information of the public and the members in our annual report as well. Then in terms of the issue around the rollover funds, just to say that before you can apply for rollover, you have to meet particular requirements. One of the requirements is you either have to deliver the service, or you should have been invoiced for that particular service. In this particular case, around the mod centers, we have delivered the service. However, the invoices wasn't paid at year end, and that entitled us to then apply for rollover. Otherwise, you can't. Otherwise, you can't apply for for rollover in that regard. And then again, in terms of the mod feeding, just to say that the mod feeding is in addition to the National Nutrition Program. So this is an after-school program where we run initiatives at particular schools. And the idea around the mod feeding is just to assist those learners after school with some sort of sandwich or anything like that. This is not the main program that we're doing here. It's a program that augments for particular intervention in terms of the mod program. Then there's a question around public-private partnerships. So just for the members' sake, a public-private partnership is defined by the PFMA Act. So there are particular requirements, and the delegation for that lies with National Treasury. So we don't have any formal application to Provincial Treasury or the Treasury in terms of that particular criteria and definition, and therefore we disclose it as such. However, I must say to the members, we do have partnerships in the sector, and by those partnerships are either with the department or in most cases it's with the SGBs as well, because a school governing body is a legal entity, and so it's able to transact, and therefore there are partnerships at those levels as well. And sometimes we talk about those partnerships in terms of the annual report and in terms of other communication as well. And we'll get to those particular matters, but again, for the purposes of the disclosure and transparency, we are saying we don't have formal public-private partnerships as defined. Then, in terms of the issue around the asset register, gifts received in kind, Chairperson, in terms of the modified cash standards, we have to now disclose any gifts we receive from the public or any companies. We have to disclose that in our financial statements. And in terms of Annex 1E, which is later in the book, I just want to give you exact detail where it's disclosed in terms of the exact detail. But if you go to page 309, you will see there we disclose all the where we receive gifts as well, or gifts in kind. So it's not monetary, actual monetary value. I mean monetary amount. It is actual items we received as well. So, for example, we do receive money or gifts from the Department of Basic Education, gifts and awards. There is certain companies, if you're on Forbes Health, that sponsors us in terms of our long service awards as well. There's Artscape Theatre. We use their facilities sometimes as well, and so that's a what we call a gift in kind. And we can carry on here in terms of where there are various contributions that we made to the sector, or in some cases where we either hold awards. I mean, award events, or even the matric events where they make certain contributions to us for those participants in those activities. So I think, Chairperson, that's around the issue around asset register. So still one thing around the question, Chairperson, around the 100 million environment. Mr. Sayed referred to page 15, but I don't see it on page 15. So perhaps if a member can be very specific around that. Is it page 13?
Yeah, program 6. Is it this?
Program 6. That's 15 million rand. That's not 100 million rand.
Yeah, it's 15 million.
Yeah. So, Chairperson, maybe perhaps there's clarity around it as well. But just to say to the member, under the SCOPA or part where we deal with the financial statements, we do disclose the reasons and the sources of where the vitamins are coming from as well. It is later in the program, but we can give the member more detail later in the session as well. Thank you.
Maybe just if Minister wants to add anything, Minister may do so, but also just to indicate on the throughput rate. Obviously, the exact figure I don't have in front of me, but it's 7 out of every 10 learners from grade 10 to grade 12 make it through. We'll provide the exact figure to you, like from the thousands in the thousand, give it in writing.
Great, thank you. I think just 2 points. I mean, the Honourable Danita Stevens asked a question about learner transport, which we have replied to, but I do think it's important for members to appreciate the size and scale of our department's contribution to learner transport. I mean, we support about 500 schools, 603 routes, and about 69,000 children at the cost, as we've heard, of about 645 million rand a year. And in my opening remarks, I said we are very proud of the fact that despite the fiscal constraints, we've managed to maintain our learner transport capability. On the whole question of course, fee-paying schools, as we've mentioned, learners are entitled to apply for a fee exemption. And I mean, we support over 83,000 learners with fee exemptions at the cost of about 85 million rand a year, which again is part of our package to support vulnerable learners in our system. And we've managed to maintain that and not compromise, again, despite the very significant fiscal challenges which we've experienced in the year under review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, second round of questions or follow-ups. I saw Member Memory Boyson's hand. Any other members? Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my question is based on page 12. And Chairperson, just to qualify what I'm going to ask, I'm a chairperson of another standing committee, and through that, we engage with the Auditor General. And what I've learned there, chairperson, through my engagements with the Auditor General is that provision is always made for underspending, and there's an acceptable norm to underspend. Now, it must be probably very heartbreaking for the department to have spent 99.8% of their budget. And my naughty question is, chairperson, firstly, we need to applaud them for that great achievement. And my naughty question is, what are the lessons learned?
Thank you, Member Boyson. Before we start with the second part of the annual report, any final questions on Part A? Member Syed?
Chair, and I'm sure we will get into it in the afternoon in the SCOPA section on page number 13, irregular expenditure to the value of 185.973 million was incurred, mainly resulting from incidents of non-compliance with Section 44 of the PFMA and Treasury regulations. Could you maybe just get I know it's broad and we'll get into it a bit later, but could you maybe just get a bit of an explanation? Yeah, so that when we get into the other issues, we are clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Syed. That is still part of Part A, and we will get into the finer detail in SCOPA, but I do think that the broad question is fair for this part of the annual report. So, members, before I hand over to the department, any final questions on Part A? I do not see any hands. Minister and HOD, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So onto the naughty question first. Let's just indicate. So, Chairperson, I just want to say obviously Mr. Eli and others, we have to manage the budget to the last day, and the amounts involved when they see them on their own. You look at an amount of, I think it's 52 million rand. That's a lot of money, but I just want to remind everyone inside this house that we run an operation of 32 billion rand, right? 99.8% in a large operation like us, we believe that's a very good result. PFMA allows an accounting officer leeway of up to 2%, anywhere from 98 to 100, anywhere from 98 to 100%. So 0.2% in terms of how we're thinking about it. Clearly, obviously, when you look at 50 million on its own, it's a huge number. But when you take into account the fact that we run a 32 billion rand budget, that is it's a small number when you when you take it into account. But obviously, we try and get better at that all the time. Technically, it's to do with what cash is made available at Treasury at the time when we ask for that money, and obviously then it goes into the next year. We don't obviously make those payments in that year. But I think thank you for the question. I think for us, it's always about trying to get as close to that 100% as possible. The one thing an accounting officer cannot do, an accounting officer cannot overspend the budget. Charges will then be laid against the accounting officer. So what is happening as we get to the end of the year, it's a question of the finance people taking into account, okay, how much do we have, how much time do we have to let those payments go through, and then obviously try and keep that number as small as possible. I think the major point I wanted to make in relation to the answer to this question is that 0.2% is well within the norms of where we have gone before as a department. That's actually quite a good result in relation to things. So that's one. I think Mr. Eli, you want to answer the question about the regular expenditure?
Through you, Chairperson, I think as you indicated that we will get into the detail around SCOPA. Just to say that the irregular expenditure is to do with exceeding of delegations, and the department has gone through a particular process as legislated in terms of condonement, and also in consequence management as well. But we can talk about it when we deal with the SCOPA. But again, it has already been dealt with in terms of a particular formal process as well. And just to say that there's no value lost to the state. We just understand that there was value created, and there was no value lost to the state. It's about delivery, but it's about officials might not understanding, in some cases, what's been assigned to them in terms of the delegation and exceeding that in some cases as well. But we'll get into the complexity once we go into the scope position as well, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, we will now move over to part B of the annual report, which is performance information. This is a lengthy part of the annual report. We will deal with the report in two sections, I think to make it easier for members when indicating the page numbers. We will start with page 23 to page 100 for the first part. And for the second part of part B, we will deal with pages 101 to pages 151. So 23 to 100 for the first round to just sort of round it off and make it easier for members to pose your questions. And for the second part of this part B, we will do pages 101 to 151. Members, over to you for questions on the first part of part B. I see Member van Minnen, I see Member Said and Member Philander and Member Walters for a first round in that order.
Thank you very much. So my first questions I want to know is essentially commencing on page 26. The World Bank talks about the economic constraints on education, but on the same section we see that in the Western Cape there is a higher employment rate, and it talks about the economic growth. So essentially, what I want to know in context of the World Bank report is how resilient is the Western Cape education sector given the specific situation in this province? The second question would then be also from page 30, the safer schools and the school resource officers. We recently had a very good presentation from the department on the Safer Schools project. If you could maybe just at this point, in terms of the annual report, highlight the difference that SROs and the project makes, and also the kind of investment that is going into that particular program from the department to ensure that we have with the building of safer structures in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, Member van Minnen. Member Kaiser Philander was the second.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My question derives from pages 30 and 31, which makes mention specifically on page 31 in terms of the 5,765 cases that were lodged under the Safe Schools program, Chair, of which it also indicates in that table that 1,469 were crime-related. Chairperson, so while this program is represented on multiple intergovernmental forums and committees, as the report indicates, this figure, I would presume, highlights the ongoing vulnerability of schools to criminal activity. So, Chairperson, I would like to know if the department can perhaps just give us some insight or further enlighten us on the strategies that the department are implementing to strengthen the role and the participation specifically to learners, to parents, and to community members to proactively engage in school safety, but also particularly preventing and reporting crime, and how the department is monitoring the effectiveness of these collaborative safety interventions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Member Kaiser Philander. Member Said, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me thank Member Philander for those, because it also speaks to what I want to raise around school safety. So on page 30, around the Safe Schools program and the developmental programs in particular, speaks about the WCD promoting a whole of government and whole of society approach to school safety, forming robust partnerships with key stakeholders, something which Member Philander spoke to. I wanted to get a sense from the department, how many schools have benefited from these programs and what was the impact? because we know of many schools which are in vulnerable communities. And then also, yeah, so on that one. And then on page 31, the next page, also linked to school safety, as part of the efforts, it says, as part of the efforts, the WCD co-funded 28 school resource officers. Again, Member Van Minden also spoke to the resource and deployed to 14 at-risk schools and fully funded 36 SROs at 18 schools through the area-based teams model. It goes into quite a bit of detail there, and it speaks about there being just over 7,000 calls answered for a period of 1st April 2024 to 31st of March 2025. So I'm referring to that section. I wanted to get a sense, look, during a visit, and I've made reference to this even in the House, during a recent visit to Lavender Hill High School, we were still invited. There was a computer handover. We didn't see SROs at the school. I just wanted to get a sense what system is in place to monitor these officers and the impact the deployment has on the school. Then also how many, with specific reference to the 7,894 calls that have been answered by Safe Schools from the period of 1st April 2024 to the 31st of March 2025. I just wanted to get a sense as to how many of these incidents were reported to SAPS, and do we have case numbers for those? Does Safe Schools log the complaints with SAPS? And why was the murder in the high school that we referred to for the minute of silence, the Overberg High School, not recorded here? If it was recorded, perhaps I can then just be furnished with that particular information. Then page 32, outcomes, impact on outcomes, educational outcomes. Absenteeism was observed in the high crime areas. That's understandable, with learners missing an average of 15 or more school days annually compared to safer districts. That's on page 32, and they say it's according to the Department of Basic Education. So I just wanted to get a sense as to what is being done to address the increased absenteeism which was observed. Then on page 71, if we can go a little bit further down, program 2, public ordinary school education. So the annual report on page 71 under public schools highlights the department's commitment to improving learning environments and reducing overcrowding. I think that's to be welcomed. However, in Dooley Primary School, and we've been receiving correspondence from the school community, and we visited, I think, with member in Kondlo a few months ago in Dooley Primary School near Ceres. Classrooms reportedly hold up to 63 learners, and parents have now resorted to community shutdowns, and we don't support parents shutting down schools. I want to put that on record, and we must discourage that as a committee. However, this is the context within which it's happening. So can the department explain why, despite the commitments reported on page 71, schools like in Dooley, and I'm sure there are many others, including here in the metro, continue to face such extreme overcrowding and inadequate infrastructure? Then page 98.
Apologies, Member Side. I don't want any of your questions to get missing.
Can I have another?
Yes, we will
Perfect.
definitely give
I'll
you
get
another
to
round.
98 on the
Yes.
next one. Thank you.
I don't want any of your questions to get lost during the during your submissions. For the final on this round, Member Walters, before I hand over to the department.
Thank you, Chair. Member Said will be happy to hear that my question is to sections 92 to 98. Now, Chair, what we see from pages 92 to 98 with independent schools, you see there's compliance, you see there's 100% of the subsidies paid out. You see a constant reference to an improvement of results. So on the face of it, it looks like independent schools are part of the solution going forward to provide more and more people education within the constraints of our resources. So it does look like an opportunity. My crisp question here is, again, and if you recall my introductory remarks, how does it relate to a cost per student? Is it a extra expense? Is it something that ultimately spreads our resources more effectively in educating more children with good education, or is it something that is neutral, or is it something that is an extra expense? So what I'm looking for is independent schools, and this kind of support for independent schools, is that a cost-effective means within the constraint of our resources, with our national budget being cut? Is it an area where we will be able to educate more children with less and less money coming from national government? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Walters. I would just like to latch on to the school resource officers, and I would just like to know from the department, in terms of areas where we can improve our efficiency in terms of the school resource officers. Are you aware of any other provinces that are sort of rolling out the same sort of program where we can learn from, perhaps see if we can, where we can improve? I've also noted a hand from the gentleman at the back. I will afford the members of the public opportunity right at the end after the committee's concluded our deliberations, and everyone will have the opportunity to make inputs or ask questions. Minister HOD, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the questions. Broadly, I think 3 sets of questions. If Mr. Abrams could online, if you could maybe just talk about the question about the World Bank. But I think what the Mr. Mayor, you could maybe just address yourself to the questions that were asked around SROs, school safety, a safe schools program, and a number of questions inside that area. And then Mr. Eli could perhaps just direct himself to the question around the cost per student and the subsidy, just in relation to independent schools. But maybe we start with you, Mr. Mayor, then we can move to Mr. Eli, and then we can move to Mr. Abrams online.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, HOD. The question related to the budget is last year was allocated 33,705,000 for the Safe Schools project. We actually spent 34 million, which is about a 101.9% spend on school safety. Just in terms of the how does it strengthen our system with the use of the SROs? We currently have 82 SROs at 41 schools across the metro area of the province. And really, the service that is provided by the metro officers is not only to ensure the safety of the learners at the school, but also affecting, safety in and around the school as well. We have officers who are based at a school, but actually arrested somebody outside of the school premises, for example, when dealing with drugs or, suspicious activity. The officers actually do leave the school premises and actually engage the community immediately in its immediate vicinity as well. The programs that are run by the SROs at the schools are also to support the school in the sense of, keeping learners at school. So we have SROs, for example, who are very involved in the sport program of the school as well. At the Heathfield High, we had one of the SROs opened a running club for learners and ran with the learners, down into the mountain, etc., as part of his program to engage the learners at a different level within the school. And it did derive a lot of benefit for the school in that it subsided, quite a number of incidents of gang activity at the school. Also, the selling of drugs is reduced by the presence of the SROs on those premises. The SROs report on a daily basis in terms of attendance, and they also report on incidences of where they have confiscated, contraband from learners. For example, if there was an incident with a learner walking around with or suspected of selling drugs, there would be a process that they follow, to take their drugs from the learner, and of course hand the learner to the principal to deal with in terms of the school's disciplinary code of conduct, where the governing body would then sit and have a disciplinary committee meeting and make recommendations, if necessary, to the HOD for either suspension or expulsion of the learner. We have agreed to a reporting regime with the City of Cape Town on the matters as raised by the SROs at schools. In other words, we get a detailed report of the kind of incidents that they're picking up, the kind of contraband that they're taking off from learners, and we then are triangulating that with our applications from school governing bodies for suspension and expulsion of learners. It's still in its infancy. We're trying to see how best we can link what we're getting through from a learner expulsion and from the SRO report, whether there's congruence between what we're getting from the SRO and what the school is reporting in terms of safety matters at the school. The idea behind the SROs is really, and it's a partnership also with the Bavarian government, where they send over their trainers to train the SROs in how to mediate within a school environment and within a community. So there's quite a bit of training that's afforded to the SROs before they are appointed at these various sites. And we have currently a program in place where the Bavarian government will provide those staff to come and train these SROs just to deal with how do they deal with learners and not hardened criminals, that they may find in the normal course of business, but have a little bit of a different approach to the learners within the school environment. We support all our schools as best we can with the budget that is available around safety. If we look at on page, I think it was page 31, we've given a little, no, sorry, not 31, it was on 30, where we give a little bit of a breakdown of the kind of support we give with the target hardening kind of measures, where we put in alarm systems, intercom systems, motorized gates and access, security gates, stone guards, and repairing fencing at schools as well. So we cannot repair the whole fence of a school. We to a maximum of 30 meters, we can replace using Safe Schools budget. And that is normally in an emergency environment to ensure that the facility remains safe for the learners in there. These motorized gates that we put in are critically important in some of our areas. The downside of it is, though, that many schools do not manage it properly and just leave the gate open. And an open gate is an open invitation, and people just run in and grab what they want and run out of the school. But where it is managed effectively, it has a significant impact on the safety on the learners inside of the school. So we've had, for example, recently in the Khayelitsha area, where a group of persons moved into a school premises, robbed all the staff, and left the premises quite easily because gates were open and the school's awareness around safety was a bit low at that particular time. So we insist that every school must have a safety committee. It's a subcommittee of the governing body, and that safety committee, one of its members must be somebody from the local police station. If not the station commander, a representative sent by the station commander to sit on that school safety committee. That individual from SAPS is there to provide strategic safety and security support to the school safety committee. The safety committee, of course, reports to the governing body. At every governing body meeting, there's an update on the safety measures at the schools that's been implemented, etc. And the governing body may, from their funds, also add to the safety measures at the school. For example, a burglar bar is broken at the school, they will use school funds to fix that instead of waiting for Safe Schools to come and do all of that again. We've also busy with a design of a digital monitoring of the SRO evaluation report. We're busy developing that, and we're hoping that will be coming on board fairly soon. We also, have various metrics that will provide evidence of a little bit more accurate evaluation of success. So at the moment, a lot of the information that we're getting is anecdotal. We want to translate that into a little bit more meaningful kind of reporting that comes through, and we will be looking at that. We have met with .P around the systems design and structuring, and that is, I think, something that will be to our advantage. So we can say that every school in the province has a safety committee. And the reason we say that every school has a safety committee is because every school had to do a school safety risk assessment. That risk assessment compels the school to have a school safety committee as well as a school safety plan, because you cannot proceed to the next question in that particular risk assessment if you do not upload the school safety plan, for example. So therefore, it compels schools to have the school safety committee, identify individuals, appoint the individuals by the governing body, appoint these individuals. They could get in outside experts as well, but SAPS is a critical member of that governing body. And so therefore, we can ensure that all the schools do actually have that. In terms of the cases that are logged on the call center, if it's a criminal case, the case is reported to SAPS by the school, not by the call center. So the school has a responsibility to report an incident of where, for example, people broke into the school the night before. The principal or his delegate will report that to the local SAPS police station. They will then get a CAS number for that. They will call through the initial burglary to the call center. The call center will call them back at a later point to get the CAS number. That CAS number gets reported in the school safety priority committee as well. So we co-chair the school safety priority committee with SAPS. And so between Mrs. Van Ster, the Chief Director Districts, and I think it's Colonel Paulse from SAPS, the two of them chair that particular meeting. It's a subcommittee of the provincial joints, which means we have SAPS, Correctional Services, POCs, Social Development, all the critical departments are involved within that committee to provide, the kind of responses to situations that arise at schools. And so for us, it's important that all those cases be reported in that committee. SAPS gives us feedback on whether the case is still open, it's still pending, it's closed. They will also liaise with the NPA regarding prosecution on certain of those cases. And if there's a positive suspect linked to a particular activity, we've also requested the NPA that we go to court on the day that particular sentencing happens so that we can issue a victim impact statement to the court. In other words, in aggravation of sentence, we will say what the real impact of that theft at the school was. It robbed children of getting to a computer room for 2 or 3 weeks. And that has had a significant impact on the ICT and the CAT program of the school. And so we try and we contextualize it for the judge of what the impact has actually been at the school. We also believe that we are rolling out the only example of this in the country. I'm not aware of any other province rolling it out, Chairperson. And so for me, it is only within the Western Cape that I'm aware of the SRO project being implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Elan.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question around the independent schools. Just to say that in terms of constitution, the state is the primary provider of education. However, in terms of the South African Schools Act, it recognizes the fact that the private sector can provide education as well. And then for that, it makes provision in our budget in terms of program 2 for a subsidy. And that subsidy is to a maximum of about 60% of what we pay per learner, the cost per learner in program 2. And so therefore, it is a cost-effective way of delivering education. Although I must say that to become an independent school, there are particular requirements. You must first visit the department, and then you have to comply for at least 1 year with particular requirements before, in compliance matters, before you can be registered as an independent school. So we, as the Western Cape Department, do maintain control over independent schools. The subsidies we do pay only goes to qualifying schools, and those are mainly poor schools. We have also zero-rated schools, but those are your more expensive independent schools as well. But it is a cost-effective way, and it's recognized in terms of the South African Schools Act. We, for the year in review, we subsidized just over 24,000 learners in those particular schools as well. But again, there are very rich independent schools, and then there's very poor, and it's the poor ones, the poor schools that we subsidize at the particular level in terms of the expenditure here that we reflect in the annual report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Eli. Mr. Abrams.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'll be addressing two questions. It's a good link to Mr. Eli's latter response around the efficiency of independent schools. But to the honourable member's question around how resilient the WCD is on the back of the analysis that the World Bank had done, there's really two critical areas that we reflect on from a resilience perspective. We know, of course, that given the ongoing learner expansion, we think that that's going to, sustain a financial pressure. Being able to scale up and provide access to all who seek access is going to challenge us. But the other phenomenon, of course, is that the vulnerability context is around the learning losses incurred through and post the pandemic. In schools of equal socio-economic status, we see that the learning levels vary, the ability levels vary quite significantly. So the extent of which support needs to be extended to those learners will need to be considered for its cost, and also obviously of the capacity from a human resource perspective. So what I mean to say is that whilst we have prioritized subsidies to ensure that education financing supports both equity with providing access, but also to support quality, we've sustained, as we've heard this morning, subsidies over and above the national prescripts in feeding and transport. But adding human resources more pointedly to the question, without structural reforms, won't necessarily get us to do either of those two strategic objectives. One is to expand the system with quality access to quality schooling, and to ensure that we do recover learning losses and promote quality education. We are going to need new forms of instruction. We are going to need new forms of schooling, and as the Honourable Member Walters touches on as well, partnerships in the way that we are going to build capacity and offer that quality. So the recommendations from the World Bank in that context has been, whilst the WCD is fairly efficient and right up there in terms of on a per learner cost basis, as efficient as any other province, if not leading in the country, the opportunity we have through building partnerships with non-governmental agencies, public-private partnerships, but also in sustaining and building on the non-personnel spending, will give us an opportunity to build that resilience and pursue quality. And so we remain tentative. We think learning levels are fragile, despite the recovery in learning levels. As I said, big class sizes and bigger variances in ability levels within the same classrooms now means that teachers have their work cut out. So there are 2 or 3 structural reforms that we are pursuing, and we've heard mentioned today and in the public domain, our structural reforms in education financing with public-private partnerships, our structural reforms in infrastructure delivery to create that capacity for more learners, and of course the structural reforms, as we'll continue to pursue them, around teacher development and supporting our teachers who have the really tough task of dealing with both the equity challenge and giving support to those who need it, and of course promoting quality education. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. There was one outstanding question that was about Nduli Primary School. That was raised by Member Said. So obviously if you were to take without grade R, which is obviously introduced to the system newly, without grade R, the learner-teacher ratio is 39:1 at that school. However, Mr. Said, I want to give an undertaking the department is aware of the situation, and the department is currently reviewing the accommodation needs at Nduli with a view to bringing relief in some way through some infrastructure investment inside that school. So the infrastructure people will look at it, but thank you for raising that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Just 2 points. On the whole question of SROs and school safety, Mr. Alan Mayer has given or provided a very detailed reply to the committee about what we have done to improve school safety in the year under review. I think an important point to make is that we as a department remain absolutely committed going forward over the medium term to continuing to implement the school resource officer program. And we have committed about 90 million rand over the medium term to maintaining the school resource officer program to improve school safety. The second point, I think, a very good question about subsidized independent schools. And I completely agree with the view that expenditure on subsidized independent schools is cost effective if you consider at least 3 factors. The first, and I think this is often commonly misunderstood, but Mr. Eli did explain it. Subsidized independent schools serve predominantly learners from poor communities. Very important to understand. And then most importantly, the subsidized independent schools, if you look at their performance, which is set out on page 92, are really achieving superior learning outcomes. A 94% pass rate and a 70% bachelor's pass rate. So I certainly think expenditure in subsidized independent schools is cost effective for those 2 reasons. And I think it's precisely for that reason that we do need to relook at policy and regulation to find ways to enable more investment in subsidized independent schools going forward. Thank you.
Chairperson, there was one question which I'm just going to ask Mr. Mayor to deal with, which we never covered, which was the question about learner absenteeism. Obviously, that's concern for us, and so I'm going to ask Mr. Mayor to just talk to that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD members. That matter is raised at the School Safety Priority Committee, where we have the Department of Social Development present as well as SAPS. And there have been plans made for joint operations between SAPS, the DSD, as well as WCED to go into specific areas and to do a blitz around learner absenteeism. The idea is to get the learners back into school. Our Safe School field workers also do quite a bit of work in bringing learners back to school. So they will visit learners who have left school, establish the reasons why learners have left the school, and then try to convince the learner to come back. And the success rate is fairly high with those kind of practices that we've done. We've also have the Behavior Modification Center that we have available in Wynberg area currently that serves the metro. And we're currently looking at expanding that intervention center for learners, who show a tendency to, stay absent unnecessarily, to assist them, with better tools to manage the school environment in which they find themselves, and to better deal with the content on a daily basis. And so we do take them for a 1-day kind of intervention at the center to provide them with some psychological, psychosocial support as well. And we are looking at opening a second one in the Worcester area, where we've also picked up quite large numbers of learners absent from schools in the Avian Park area, for example, in the Worcester area, also in the Zwelintemba area, and that center would also be assisting to draw learners back into the school environment. Thank you.
I think the Honourable Van Minen asks a very interesting question. How resilient is the department? I think the department, as honourable members know, has been under significant pressure, particularly in this year under review, as we've experienced massive and often unanticipated budget cuts. But despite that, and I made this point in my opening remarks, but it's important, despite that, we have managed to maintain stability in the department and maintain core programs, particularly programs supporting our vulnerable learners, as I said in my opening remarks, such as school nutrition, learner transport, fee exemptions, and of course, our support to no-fee schools. And that, Honourable Member, is not the case in many other provinces, which we see now starting to buckle under the fiscal pressure. So my answer to your question would be, I think the department has demonstrated remarkable resilience under the circumstances, but we are still under very significant pressure. And we have to face the fact we'll be under significant pressure, which will test our resilience over the next 3 years.
Thank you very much. I would just like to also welcome the new members of the public joining us this morning. Those members of the public will be afforded the opportunity at the end of the committee's deliberations to make your inputs or pose your questions to the committee and the department. Members, we are still on Part B, pages 23 to 100. New questions or follow-ups. I would just like to afford the members who did not get the opportunity in the first round. That is Member Stevens for the first question. Any new questions or follow-ups? I see Member Syed, Member Kaiser Philander, and Member Boyson. Member Stevens, over to you.
This is just a question. I just saw now that there's a video trending on social media regarding a boy that has been physically assaulted at the Milnerton High School. And has this been brought under the department's attention? And I don't have all the facts yet, but what is the department going to do about it?
Thank you, Member Stevens. Member Syed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the questions. In fact, I also just saw that video just as I was about to enter. I was also going to ask, but I'm glad Member Stevens has raised it. On page 98, Program 4, Public Special School Education. How many learners? I wanted to get a sense as this because we get a lot of these inquiries from members of the public around special needs. How many learners with special education needs were still awaiting placement during the 2024-25 financial year, particularly the special education needs? And I'm not talking about learners who have got special education needs and are currently at home. There are those who are in schools, other schools which do not cater for learners of special education needs. I just wanted to get a sense if that information is available and what progress has been made in the planned expansion of special needs school capacity. Then also in light of the documented cases such as that of the the Chad case, a child diagnosed with Down syndrome and autism who has been on the waiting list for 3 years for placement at Rostov Special Needs School, despite the school reportedly having 3 vacant classrooms that remain unused because there are no teachers there. What measures has the department taken to ensure that the available infrastructure is fully utilized, that the waiting lists are managed transparently and fairly, and that no learner with special needs is denied access to education due to internal staffing delays? Then page 109, I've just got 3 more pages questions. Can I get into that, or do you want me to?
Is that for the
The same section, yeah.
Okay. For
No. I've got questions on 3 pages. I've got 2 pages. Sorry, yeah.
which pages, Member Syed?
109 and 117.
Okay, let's keep them for the last round. That's the second part of Part B.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
109 and 117, and then I'm done.
Okay,
I'll go
thank you,
into
ma'am.
it.
Yes. Member Kaiser Philander.
Baie dankie, voorsitter. Chairperson, I've listened to the response. This is now a follow-up on pages 30 and 31. And what I've heard, and the department must please correct me if I'm wrong, what I've heard in terms of the committee on district level is an extension of Prof joints. I've heard about that each school should have a safety committee. My question would be, does each and every school in this province, do they have a safety committee? What I've not heard, Chairperson, is how the community fits into the picture. I mean, we come here and we blame the department for everything under the sun, whilst the school belongs to the community. And I mean, I heard about province, but also your local authorities, your municipalities, are the governments closest to the people. I mean, there's ward committees, there's a lot of activists that does a lot of wonderful work in the communities. Where does those people fit in to make sure that our schools are safe, first of all, that our infrastructure are protected, that those equipment that children so desperately need to prosper are well protected? I just want to hear very clear of what the involvement of our communities are when it comes to our children's and teachers' safety, but also protecting the valuable infrastructure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Kaiser Philander. Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm mindful of the voluminous work, so I'm going to be as short as possible. Chairperson, on page 33, the school nutrition scheme. We see on TV, and the other provinces are not hiding the fact that they are buckling. And we know it's a national grant. How is our province coping with the school nutrition scheme? And then, Chairperson, page 49, the edu investment, how does it work? Also, Chairperson, we've had a very interesting meeting with on page 62, the School Evaluation Authority. Are they as good as they have presented? If we can just get some feedback on that. And then also, Chairperson, admissions is always a challenge. And how is the department coping with the number of inquiries and questions regarding admission? Thank you.
Thank you, members. Minister Department, please be brief but comprehensive. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think we're going to try and answer the questions in tandem. In terms of all of us, if Mr. Abrams could perhaps just prepare himself for answer on Edu Invest. Mr. Mayor, maybe we can just talk about the SCA and in terms of our the way in which we get those reports from the SCA. If you could maybe just explain to the members how we actually deal with those reports, how it actually gets integrated into the system, what we do with the information, because I think that will give the members perhaps some sense of comfort. And then, Mr. Mayor, also there was a question about the feeding scheme. Can we just maybe just deal with that question? And then there were questions about special ed. Mr. Mayor, it's also in your section. If you can just deal with the questions on special ed. I potentially just want to deal with two questions. I think the one question which was asked by Ms. Kaiser Philander on how do you get communities to protect the schools? So I think this is a perennial issue for the department. And I mean, if you look at the education system, we try to respond in relation to that. We try to respond by having a system of SGPs. The SGPs have parents that are elected from the community onto the SGP, and the SGPs inside those school environments obviously try and assist the principal with making sure that communities come on board to be able to protect the schools. I think the difficulty is that the schools reflect and I think if we're thinking that there can be a different outcome, I think that we are not being realistic. The schools reflect pathologies of South African society. I think what we see inside the communities that the schools are in, whatever's happening in that school to the school, let's just say it's vandalism, for example, you find that's a genetic problem in that area. So I want to agree with you to say that in your comments, ma'am, when you indicated, I mean, the education department, we're obviously trying to do whatever we can. In the work that Mr. Meyer does on the safety committees and others, it is an attempt of the department to try and get communities almost to co-own the plant, the product, everything to do with that school in the work that Mr. Meyer is doing in relation to safety. I mean, is that people like to say safety is everyone's business. I mean, it's, sometimes it's just people just say things, but it's true. In relation to safety, safety is everyone's business. And Mr. Meyer has a mandate from the department to try and make sure that we integrate ourselves with communities and with the, I'm going to say police structures, but it's the wrong word. But I think you know what I mean. Those people responsible for policing, to make sure that in the end we can actually make it everyone's business. I think that potentially is what we try and do inside those areas to make sure that in the end people protect the school. I did have occasion to visit a few schools. Obviously, I had to get around to visit a few schools. One school principal indicated to me that he spends a lot of time on a Saturday trying to invite these community members around the school for tea, the neighbors of the school, for tea, to talk about the school as being the asset for that community. And it did actually help him with vandalism and stuff. There was a level of protection because community then feels, well, okay, this is actually my school. But that is his own initiative. He basically did that. That's what, co-owning. I think systemically, the whole system of governing bodies was an attempt to actually give the ownership to community and parents of that school. But I think we're always open to suggestion, members, on anything else that you think potentially the department could do. Mr. Meyer is involved in many reactive responses, but you also need to do proactive responses, which would involve things like, well, trying to have open days and other things at schools that people do actually own the infrastructure. But I do want to cycle back to my first point that I made, that the schools only reflect the pathologies or the successes of the society. In terms of, especially when it comes to safety, vandalism, and things like that. That's what's happening in a general society. And I think we can take hard edge decisions. We can put fencing around the schools. We can have alarm systems. We can have cameras. Those are hard things, but there are softer things in terms of, do people see the community around it, to see that this is their children that go to that school, and will help us protect, like they would obviously protect their children. So I'm gonna, with that being said, I'm gonna ask the members who have asked Mr. May and others to maybe add to the answers, and then at the end I'll circle back to Monaghan High School. We can go back, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Richard. Members, yes, I'll speak to the special schools, and I'll ask the director to come in with specific cases that were put forward. We have been expanding our special schools very actively over the past 2-3 years. We've added 58 classes in last year alone for autism at schools, within the special school sector, where we've provided additional spaces for learners with autism at schools. And so those classes have been handed over. We have teachers in them now. We've resourced them. And that is a project that is ongoing in terms of expansion of special schools. Also on the special schools, we have started a program where we're finding schools that have additional space that is underutilized within a community. So if I can use an example of Duiselsdorp Primary School, where we found available classrooms, we actually went there and we actually got learners into the school who were not in school. These are learners with high needs, and we were able to bring them into the school environment, house them and accommodate them in 2 vacant classrooms at the school, and to provide them with various activities to stimulate them instead of just sitting at home in a dark room and not being exposed to any educative experience. We also took learners into the high school in Duiselsdorp, where we started a skills program with them as part of the high school and extension of the high school, for that kind of additional support to learners. We have expanded that program to a number of other rural towns where the nearest special school is quite far away. And so we would then build an additional classroom at a school, which would be for special needs learners. It's too far for them to travel to the another town, and so we're actually able to accommodate them there. We place a teacher there with an assistant to provide an educative experience for the learners in that community. We also have rapid response teams with a psychologist, a social worker, a therapist, a speech therapist, an occupational therapist, etc., who rove through the province to provide specific support to learners in difficult or hard to reach areas in order to support those particular learners. I will ask Mr. Dupree to come in and speak specifically around the waiting list and the issue of the learner with Downs and autism at Rostov. Mr. Dupree, can you come in, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the member for the questions. In terms of the learners that are currently not placed, it might seem like a big number. We're currently sitting with 467 learners that are not placed in special schools. It is important to take note that those learners do receive support. We have what we call individualized support plans that are being optimally utilized and strengthened through the schools where the learners are currently at, in conjunction with the circuit-based support teams, the district-based support teams, the school-based support teams. And then, as Mr. Mayor indicated, there's various expansion projects that are underway and that have been underway to make sure that we radically improve access to specialized education for our learners. And with that, I want to link it to the particular case that was raised by the member. Tomorrow there is a specific meeting regarding that specific learner to make sure that that learner can be placed, but not to isolate it in terms of a specific learner. It is for us of utmost importance to make sure our systems, historically, the long waiting list that was mentioned as well, is through a system that we had in collaboration with the Department of Health and Wellness. Through a young age, learners are being identified through visits to the hospitals and being identified. And unfortunately, at times, the information did not necessarily went through. In the year under review, as well as in the year, that process has been improved to make sure that the waiting period is no longer there. So specifically, that learner will be placed as a matter of urgency. The open classes that was also mentioned, there are processes underway to make sure that all of these schools that do have classes, that all of the processes, due diligence followed during the remainder of this year, so that learners can be in the classes. That at Rostov mentioned the 3 open classes, that as from the beginning of next year, those classes will be optimally utilized with needed educators, therapists, making sure that learners actually do receive the needed support. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dupree. I just want to report on the school safety committees. Member Philando, all our schools have a school safety committee. And I think the HOD has covered the aspect regarding the involvement of the community. I'm involved in the Mitchell's Plain committee dealing with a safety plan for Mitchell's Plain because of the shooting. So we engage with community structures like neighborhood watches and community policing forums. We do attend those meetings because we part of the community. Our schools are in that community. And I must say that in that Mitchell's Plain, social kind of group of security, we've been well received by the community. And we've impressed upon them, the importance of the safeguarding of the schools. And also this culture of when there's shooting in our area, parents run to the school to fetch the learners to take them home. It's not the safest. It's safer for the children to be at the school within a school environment than to be out on the roads, because we all know that children run towards where the shooting is and don't go and stay in their homes when they do go home. And so that kind of culture we're also trying to break within communities to say, leave the child at school until, the area is calmed down, and then we will ensure that the learners, also get home safely. But of course, we rely on all support from any stakeholders, who want to assist us with safeguarding our facilities, because we cannot be spending millions after school holidays on repairing existing infrastructure. And I think that challenge is one that we, of course, would want to take hands with anybody who's prepared to work with us on that. In terms of admissions, Chairperson, the question from I think it's Member Boyson, we are well on our way to placing learners within the system. We are currently on target for placing all our grade 1 learners. They will all be placed within the very near future. Our grade R's, we're even exploring our independent schools offering spaces for learners. Also, the ECD centers that are registered with us have space for grade R. We're also looking at them offering that service to learners for the grade R sector. Our biggest crunch points are still grade 8 and grade 10. Grade 10 is an influx from various areas into our public ordinary schools. And then, of course, grade 8 is always the shift from primary schools to high schools, and we find that we still have a bit of challenges there. We are confident that we will place all the learners. It is our mandate and our commitment to that. We will place all of them at schools. In terms of the transfer request that we get, the learners are in a school currently. It is merely that I would prefer my child to be at another school. So I would want my child to be at a school of choice. So, for example, my child, let's say, for example, is at Parkwood Primary. I would like my child to go to Fairview Primary. It's just down the road, but there's a perception that there's a better quality education that's being delivered at that school, and therefore I want my child to go to that school. So we're trying to deal with those the requests for transfers very, very carefully. They do get considered by the schools to which the parent has applied. The school that the parent has applied to will give a response. And if the parent is dissatisfied with that response of the school, they can request reasons from the governing body why the child has not been accepted. If the parent is still dissatisfied with the decision, the parent can lodge an appeal on the system to the MEC to consider their appeal in terms of why the child was not granted a transfer or an admission to another school. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, there is just another question that maybe you and Ms. Opatela can just speak about. There was a question about the feeding scheme. Just before you go, I just want to indicate on the question that was raised by Member Stevens. I just want to read the department statement so that there's, the problem is people say things in the public domain, and schools are about confidence. And so it's very important for us to bring facts. So the WCD is aware of the allegations and the video that has been distributed on social media. The school initiated an investigation immediately. Allegations that the school has not acted, that those are incorrect. The matter was reported by the school to the WCD last week, and the necessary disciplinary procedures are being followed. Counseling support has been provided to learners, and we now await the outcome of the disciplinary process. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You and Ms. Opatela on the feeding scheme, please. And then Mr. Abrams on EduInvest.
Thank you, HOD. In terms of the NSNP, we're coping. We have a centralized system that we utilize in the province. We've allocated various districts to specific service providers who provide, the ingredients to the schools, where we have voluntary food handlers who prepare the meals for the learners. And so we still feed over 500,000 children on a daily basis. It's a tall order, and the logistics behind the transportation of the material, of the dry product, happens according to a schedule. We also provide fresh fruit and fresh vegetables for users in the kitchens as well, and for the feeding of the children. And that gets done once a week, where the trucks go out and deliver the perishable items to the school. We are fortunate that we also have a provincial equitable share that's been allocated to the feeding of learners, and that has helped quite significantly in terms of, the kind of utensils that learners eat out of. We ensure that learners have a proper plate or bowl with a spoon or a fork to be able to eat, the meals that we prepare for them. And so we're very fortunate in the sense that province is supporting us in terms of that. in terms of the SEA, the School Evaluation Authority, it provides us with an independent view of our particular school. And the report that we receive from the SEA normally indicates a number of recommendations that the school would need to work on to improve the practice at the school. So, for example, they'll say the teachers' lesson preparation needs to be a little bit more meticulous. And we will then send that report. Well, that report goes to the school. We also send it to the circuit manager. So we receive the report. We send it to the circuit manager. The circuit manager sits with the school to develop a plan of how they're going to address those findings that the SEA has found at their school. They then sign off on that report. But what we're also encouraging schools to do is to make the SEA report part of the school improvement plan as well, so that it's not two separate documents. The school looks at one document, which is the school improvement plan, of which an annexure is the SEA report of that school. That SEA report then becomes a working document with the circuit manager and the management of the school. So every time the circuit manager visits the school, there's an engagement to give feedback on an update and updates on what has been done to improve what the SEA has recommended to be done at the school. So it's not a report that just surfaces and disappears. There's actually a lot of work that goes in the background. I've got staff that have to manage the process of the report going to the district, coming back. We receive the report. We have a database of all of the reports that are there. We then submit biannual reports to the minister, to the MEC, on the cases of all the investigations that have been done, by the SEA. We provide that report to the MEC's office on a biannual basis, and that gives the MEC an indication as well of what is being done with the report. So again, I want to emphasize, it's not a static report that goes into a school. It actually provides for a lot of discussion within the school firstly. So for example, if they say that learner discipline is a challenge at the school, of course, the principal needs to take that into the staff room and have a conversation with staff of how best to and improve the discipline at the school. And of course, the teaching practice and engagement of parents and all those other aspects around infrastructure as well. Where there are critical matters that are lifted out by the SEA, for example, ablution facilities that are not operational, we respond immediately to those ones. The circuit manager has to give a very clear indication of what is the immediate steps that will be followed to rectify that particular situation at the school. And so there are those kind of emergency reports that come through, and then the standard report that comes through to say, we visited the school over the 2 days, this is the report, and which we work on those recommendations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Abrams, EduInvest.
Thank you very much through the chair. So firstly, I mean, the backdrop, of course, is, as recognized already, is that the demand for quality education services and infrastructure is outpacing the available resources. So EduInvest, first and foremost, aims to boost private sector investment. It attempts to tap into corporate social investment from private sector partners and also philanthropic funding in the way that we prioritize the need to expand education and expand quality education at that. So at its core, it is about building a foundation, an investment foundation, in the way that we talk about linking education to sustainable economic growth. And so we are very clear on the link, of course, but in its practicality, for corporates to invest into the education sectors is quite a complex affair. So what we have done, to the member's question of how does it work, is that we've set up an institutional facility as a partnership with Wesgrow, in which we first and foremost set out our objectives into the broader non-governmental space, into the private sector and other non-governmental agency space. We talk about very clearly our priorities as a government, the education needs and some of the investment gaps, and orientate our potential partners to programs that are underway, particularly around improving quality learning outcomes. And so we invite prospective investments into those programs, but we have also prioritized several other opportunities that might be good for partners to invest into. Those include new school development, of course, particularly schools in underserved areas, and that's across the public and the private or independent school domain. We invite CSI funding into educational resources, whether it's teaching, learning and teaching materials or teacher training programs. And also more modern interventions with regards to technology integration into schools, where we think about the innovation agenda. So what we've built over the last 12 months is a roadmap that we've engaged publicly, we've engaged prospective partners on around those tangible opportunities for collaboration. But it is, as I said, a very complex affair. Investing into the sector needs us to be cognizant of the regulatory frameworks. It needs us to be cognizant of the particularly processes that we have to follow appropriately with public-private partnerships. So it has been about building an understanding of the education landscape, and through multiple public engagements, we're now at a point where we've launched a roadmap, a very practical brochure, if you like, a resource for business leaders, corporate sponsors, philanthropists, etc., to engage initially via Wesgrow as our investment promotion partner, and then to filter those and vet those potential partners and filter those opportunities into the education department, where we've got an institutional arrangement where we'll evaluate those donations, or if it's investments, how we might tag them into the project. So engaging with existing initiatives, we do speak the language of innovation. We do invite proposals from private sector partners, funded or just collaboration initiatives. And of course, a big value add of EduInvest is that it connects a network of partners who are interested in forging a stronger link between education and economic development and job creation through improving learning outcomes and promoting relevant skills development opportunities. So it's a partnership, and it's an endeavor that we continue to grow with great excitement, and we can speak to the very specific measures of progress with regards to either securing funding or indeed targeted programs that have been supported through the EduInvest program. Very happy to elaborate on those details. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Three final points from myself. The first is on special needs education, which I think was a very important question. We certainly are committed to, responding to demand in this sector, and we've made quite a significant additional investment. As we've said, the Rapid School Build has prioritized the special needs sector, and we've expanded the number of classrooms significantly. We have also, if you recall, protected special needs schools, posts at special needs schools, and we have not cut any posts at special needs schools. And finally, if we take a medium-term view, we will continue to invest and plan to spend over 230 million rand on expanding access to special needs over the next 3 years here in the Western Cape. I think a point that should be amplified on the school nutrition program. Mr. Alan Meyer referred to the provincial equitable share component of the school nutrition program. I think it's often not well enough understood that the province itself makes a very considerable additional allocation to school feeding in our province, and we will spend over 210 million rand over the next 3 years, topping up the conditional grants so that we can feed and support more learners in our province. Finally, on the School Evaluation Authority, I think Mr. Alan Meyer has given a very detailed description of the School Evaluation Authority, which is a unique institution in our province. And I would certainly encourage members to perhaps consider convening a bespoke briefing with the School Evaluation Authority. I am aware that the committee has had an introductory, if you like, briefing, but it may well be a good idea for members to sort of ask the authority to brief you on the work in the year under review, so that one has got a more detailed understanding of the contribution that the SEA makes to driving the quality education here in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and to the entire department. Members, I would just like to make use of this opportunity to inform you that we will be calling a special committee meeting on the admissions issue for later in this year still, once we get a slot on the parliamentary program. So please do bank your questions for that session as well. We will now deal with the second part of Part B, which is pages 101 to 152. Yes, Member Syed.
No, Chair, I've got one or two follow-ups based on responses that the executive just gave us. Is that possible for me to
You can
ask?
ask quick questions, Member Syed, so that
Yeah.
we can start with the next part.
Okay, let me be very quick. So just in terms of the admissions issue that was raised, can we get a sense as to how many grade R learners are unplaced for 2026? Also, in terms of, in general, outside of grade R, how many learners are unplaced? Then also, how many appeals has the MEC received regarding admission, and how many has he upheld and overturned? And that's my follow-up to this, because I wanted to get a sense, ending off with, what process does the MEC undertake? Maybe you can just outline what process does the MEC undertake to make a decision when he receives an appeal regarding admission? Then on Induli, I just had a question on the Induli matter, which is interlinked, but it's more on the language issue. I just wanted to get to that. And I think it speaks broadly. How has the department implemented the mother tongue teaching, especially to afford Afrikaans and Xhosa as a first language for those learners whose mother tongue is not English? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Syed. You are referring to admissions 2026. We are looking at the annual report and review, but I'm not going to dictate to the department or the minister whether they want to respond to that or not. But Minister and HOD, over to you for responses.
So, Chairperson, obviously we have you have indicated that we'll do a presentation to the committee on admissions at some point, so we'll come with the information. This is about the annual report looking backwards. Just in terms of where we are, so we'll do a presentation, and in that presentation will be the answer to grade R in that presentation. So let us then move to the other portions of the question, which was about mother tongue teaching for Afrikaans and isiXhosa. Mr. Mayor, and supported by Mr. Benjamin.
Thank you. Just the first part, Chairperson, around Nduli. The district is currently investigating a linkage with Morrisdale Primary, where learners from Nduli will be accommodated to reduce the kind of overcrowding that exists at Nduli. So that is one of the steps that the district is looking into within that particular area, to release the pressure in Nduli to accommodate more learners at Morrisdale Primary. Thank you.
Then the chair, just to add that Nduli Primary is part of 187 school cohort that is seeing the introduction of mother tongue-based bilingual education from grades 4 onwards next year, with a specific focus on the language, obviously, and then also natural science and technology, as well as mathematics. And the intention is that they then receive instruction in their mother tongue in those expanded subjects as we roll it out.
Thank you. Obviously, for the current year, we've received about 12,000 appeals. The process, just very broadly, Honourable Member, we obviously have to follow the rules of a fair process. we would receive an appeal from the parent. That appeal would be shared with the school. The school would provide us with a response. The school's response would be shared with the parent. The parent would be given an opportunity to make any further inputs, and then we would adjudicate the appeal. And that process, as you'll understand, is obviously ongoing.
Thank you very much. Members, we're moving to the second part of Part B, questions on pages 101 to pages 152. If I can see hands, Member Syed. Members online in the House, Member van Minnen for a second question, and Member Stevens. In that order, Member Syed.
Thank you very much. Page 109, early childhood development. I think this is a continuation of my focus on grade R. Program number 5. And I get a sense as to how many grade R classrooms were added in quintile 1 to 3 schools. And yeah, just that one. And then page 117, let me just get to it. Yes, page 117, program 6, infrastructure development. Can I get a sense as to what proportion of the 2024-25 capital works budget was allocated specifically to school infrastructure, including fencing, surveillance systems, alarms, and security personnel housing, and how much of that allocation was spent? Then a second part to that, in light of the situation at Mitchell's Plain High School, which I've highlighted in the House and in the previous committee meeting on school safety, which continues to operate on the premises of a former primary school, where the balcony is visibly cracked and the railing rusted and unstable. What steps has the department taken to assess and address the safety risks at schools where we find this type of situation happening with aging infrastructure? Furthermore, this is my last part, my last question. Furthermore, how does the department prioritize infrastructure spending to ensure that schools in historically under-resourced communities such as Manenberg, Mitchell's Plain, Khayelitsha, Nyanga, and others are not left operating in unsafe and structurally compromised conditions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Syed. Member van Minnen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm on page 142, foundation phase interventions. I think it's becoming clearer with studies as we progress that international responses to the issue of the pandemic and isolation of children at home has left us with a legacy of issues that I think is going to take a long time to deal with. But looking here, it talks about retirement and teacher migration from education to industry. And I mean, this is something we also come across in health. How is the pipeline looking with regards to bringing younger teachers into the system and with ensuring that the pipeline of teachers is secure? Thank you.
Thank you, Member van Minnen. Member Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. On page 128 to 129, what criteria does the Department of Education use to determine a school's quintile classification? And how does the quintile system aim to promote equality in education? And why are quintile 1 to 3 schools usually declared no-fee schools? And in what ways does the quintile ranking influence the availability of learning materials and infrastructure? And my reason for number 3, question 3 on that page is there's a primary school, Scottsville Primary, that's 110 years old in Kraaifontein. There is currently many learners from outside, and the local community does not benefit. Foreign children from outside attend the school and travel long distance to that school. But then there's a junior primary, which is a neighboring school. It's a no-fee school, but considering Scottsville Primary, which is also disadvantaged. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Stevens. Minister and HOD, over to you.
Chairperson, I just need to determine from my team whether they have the information on grade R classrooms added in quintile 1 to 3 schools. Are we able to answer that, Ms. McLean or Mr. Abrams or Mr. Meyer? Are we able to answer that question?
So we'll have to come back with the exact number. But what we can confirm is that in 992 of our schools, our primary schools, we do have grade R being offered currently. That's out of 1,004 primary schools within the province. Thanks.
Okay, in the meanwhile, can I ask Mr. Cronje if he could just answer the question on the retirement pipeline and usefulness of our, or not, of our staff cohort, please? Thank you.
Chair, thank you. Just with regard to maybe the age trends and profile that we have in the education sector. We've been investing quite a number of years in younger teachers, newly qualified teachers coming into the system, where the older teachers is exiting. And that yielded that we currently have about 39% of our total cohort of educators below the age of 34, as opposed to about 31% that is above the age of 54. So there's a positive replacement rate. And then in terms of the specific subject areas, we do have engagements with our higher education institutions, focusing them on that, as well as through the Department of Basic Education with the Funza Lushaka bursary scheme.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cronje. Mr. Eli, could you just answer the question that was asked about the quintile system, how the quintile system evolves, and the whole, all the issues that we have or not with the quintile system?
Yeah, through your chair. I think this question gets been posed over the last 15 years. If I can just refer the member to page 81 of the annual report. And in there, we talk about the quintile allocations, and we give the per learner allocation, and we also say how many no-fee schools are there in the province as a total of a number of schools we have. But let me start off by talking about the quintile system. The quintile system is a national policy. It's a DBE policy that was spearheaded by National Treasury, and they introduced what is called a resource targeting table for the provinces. So in our province, if you take a number of learners and you divide them into quintiles, so we've taken schools as a proxy for that. So 40% of our, approximately 40% of our learners and schools fall within the quintile 1, 2, 3. They are regarded as poor, and then quintile 4 and 5, about 60% of our learners fall into that quintile. So the Western Cape and Gauteng are regarded as the rich provinces. And so therefore, the majority of our learners fall into quintile 4 and 5. What did the department then try to deal with the issue around poverty and the poverty in the province? We've introduced what is called voluntary no-fee schools. So we've looked at in particular schools in quintile 4 and 5, where compared to the threshold amount in terms of no-fee schools. So if you look at the table on page 81, you will see there that the per learner allocation for quintile 1, 2, 3 is at a particular level as well. It's the same. However, you can see for 2024-25, the per learner allocation for quintile 1 is 1,754 per learner per year. So that's for the first 3 quintiles, and then quintile 4 and 5 is less than that. So what we've done is we've we've looked at schools that where the allocation we gave them in quintile 4 plus the school fee is still below the threshold amount. As we put it, the threshold amount is 1,754 for 2045, as I did previously. And we topped up those schools to make them what we call voluntary no-fee schools. So just to give you a bit of a background around no-fee schools in terms of legislation, the governing body has to give up the right to charge school fees. That's how you become a no-fee school. And if you want to be a voluntary no-fee school, you have to give up the same right as well. So we've done that. We've also involved schools to say whether they want to be a no fee or not, or what we call a rand for rand basis. And so we've done it as well. So that has taken up to the extent of 970 of the 1,465 schools in the province, which is quite significant for a province that's supposed to be the richest province, or one of the richest provinces in the country as far as the quintile system is concerned. We have, as a department, we've raised our concerns with DBE and National Treasury around the updating of that particular table. Unfortunately, a lot of our schools still find themselves in quintile 4 and 5, and we've tried to mitigate the risk pertaining to that through the voluntary no fee type of scenario. So, so the per learner allocation enables the school to buy the LTSM, the textbooks. They is able to pay for services, municipal services, and any other stationery that they require in the terms of operations of the school. However, Chairperson, as a department, for those particular schools, we also provide extra funding in terms of dealing with municipal services as well. Where those schools also experience growth, they are able to apply to us for those additional learners that requires, say, textbooks and so forth. We do supply the schools with that as well. So, yeah, so just to say for the 2023, I've got the figures only for 2023 year, which was in a previous annual report. Learners benefiting from no fee policy was 736,000 learners in that particular year. So it kind of translates into the 970 schools that we've got in the current year's report. So we do, so those schools, just to say, that those schools are also entitled to the feeding scheme. Okay, so there are provisos that come with being a no-fee school in terms of especially quintile 1, 2, and 3 in this province. So they are able to benefit from nutrition program. However, we have, because nutrition program is governed by the Division of Revenue Act, we have asked DBE for relaxation around that. So we are able to feed those schools in quintile 4 and 5 as well. So we've got exemption from them for that as well. Chairperson, so yes, where a school finds itself next to a no-fee school, but it also have challenges around poverty because of the senior demographics, they are able to apply to the department as well, to review the status as well. So we do allow that. However, we have also criteria around that. We look at the school fees, we look at how much money do we have in the bank, all kinds of things, and look at the correct collection rates before we consider making them a no fee or not. So we do have a process to deal with that particular aspect around the poverty issue. But again, I think it's a national anomaly that we are trying to deal with at the provincial level as well. And again, we have raised these issues at our with DBE, and there was discussions at HEDCOM as well. The notion, just to say, when we raised the issue with DBE and National Treasury, the changes around the quintile system will cost the government as a whole. And therefore, there were decisions made not to change the quintile system at this particular case because of lack of funding as well. But we are trying, as a province, we are trying to deal with that as well, especially also with on our new schools that comes on board. We look at the ranking around that as well. And we look at the aspect around no fee as well, as a consideration when we classify those schools as well. But again, it's a highly technical exercise. However, in a big system like that, you will have some anomalies, but we are trying to deal with that through particular cases where schools can appeal. But again, Chairperson, we Where some of these schools in Quinta 4 and 5 do find themselves in financial difficulty, we do allow the schools to apply for us for either to deal with them for services or LTSM. But we are trying as far as possible, try to make sure that our schools can operate under normal circumstances. But what I mean by that is with assistance from the department, that they can cater for every learner's needs in that particular school where they find themselves in, if it's not in Quinta 1, 2, or 3. So, Chairperson, I'm not sure if my HOD wants to augment that, but that's just basically a story around the quintile system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eli. Chairperson, there is one question that we still need to cover. That is the question that was asked about infrastructure spending and really our approach to infrastructure and safety in all buildings. If I could just ask Mr. Abrams if you could please answer that question. Mr. Abrams, thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Through the chair, let me start with a very definitive statement that the safety, ensuring that our learners are in a safe and in a healthy environment for learning, and also for our teachers for that matter, that they are teaching in a safe and healthy environment remains a priority, notwithstanding the discussion we had around the urgent need to expand the platform, the number of schools. The benefit we've had with extraordinary funding coming through the budget facility for infrastructure from National Treasury, who's funding the expansion of new schools. The benefit of that is that we've been able to direct education infrastructure grant monies to not just our safety programs or sub-programs as it relates to fencing, but also to water and sanitation and emergency maintenance. So more pointedly to the questions asked, so we've, in the 6th administration, we had a target of repairing or reinstalling new technology fences, 150 over 5 years, that's 30 per year. And even though we didn't in the year under review earmark funding for fencing, we were able to deliver 37 fences for the 45 million rand that we had budgeted in this year under review. So we spent that full complement. It could have been projects that obviously would have started in the year prior, but 37 were completed in the current year. And so against the backdrop of the minimum norms and standards, whilst we believe that every school has a fence, we know, of course, that the extreme events, the shocks, the stresses that the HOD spoke of, vandalism and theft, these things dominate. So the fences go into disrepair, and we rely on either the Safe Schools desk or indeed the schools to log an emergency request. So we're very happy to follow up. We know that there might be gaps, that the picture changes quite quickly as we go through seasons. School holidays, etc. So we do rely on the information coming to us from ground level to prioritize addressing particular safety issues, and particularly where they are severe and risk harm to the users of that school estate. That's fences and also other structural issues. I heard the honourable member talk about safety in the form of structures, staircases and railings. As I speak of the reprioritization of monies to the right places, it's a wide array of infrastructure needs. We put 252 million rand to emergency maintenance in the year under review, and we spent that as well. Just the headline is that we, despite the volatility, would have been able to spend our Programme 6 voted budget for the last 4 years. So at the macro level, the budget is being spent, the services are being delivered, but I would be open to receiving feedback on very specific school instances where either the fence has gone into disrepair, needs urgent remediation, or indeed some other intervention is necessary. Just the last point on that, Chair, the emergency maintenance agenda, what with extreme weather, what with vandalism and theft, we will continue to prioritize budget, even though it may not come up as earmarked funding. We will continue to put monies into maintaining, as the HOD says, the oldest estate in the country, and one that's susceptible to climatic impact with extreme weather events. So whilst we build schools, new schools at the rates that we've been discussing, our revitalization program, as we're looking to reinstitute it now with monies now more predictable, will go into safety of fences particularly, and then water and sanitation. Toilets is our ablutions. Whilst we don't have some of the legacy architecture, we are concerned about the conditions of our ablutions and our water and sanitation. And we are working with our partners, including the Department of Infrastructure, to pick up those condition assessments again and tell us on a priority basis where we need to go, regardless whether that is in the rural or in the metro context. We do have very clear criteria that's based on risk, and that risk is typically harm to users. So we do try to intervene as quickly as possible with some of the delivery mechanisms we've got. I will just offer that we would have built 20 classrooms for grade R in the last two calendar years. I would need to clarify in writing via my office to the honourable member what the number was and what the budget was in this financial year. But across the 2 years, 20 new classrooms at existing schools, and then all new schools that we are building, certainly the primary school ones, will have a grade R extension as well. So we need to quantify that, and we will offer that in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you again. I think it's important to note that this department started early and has significantly invested in the expansion of grade R. I think from 2003, if I'm not mistaken, and in the year under review, I mean, there were about 71,000 grade R learners, and we spent about 1.2 billion rand in grade R. And as the department has informed you, we have also invested through our infrastructure program in expanding the number of classrooms, which, if I recall correctly, over the last 5 years would be about 33 classrooms. So a very significant investment in expanding access to grade R, and we now need to build on that very good work. The department, obviously, in a fiscally constrained environment, has to make tough choices between spending the marginal rand for infrastructure on a new school compared to a replacement school. But we do have a program to replace schools, and if you look forward, we will be looking, provided the budget holds, of course, to be building at least one new replacement school each year in our province. I'm pleased that the honourable member raised the question of the quintile system, which is a subject that has emerged in this committee before and has been raised on a number of occasions, in fact, by the honourable leader of the opposition. And I think that there is now consensus across the floor in the House that the quintile system needs to be reviewed. That is no longer in contention in this House. It is also no longer in contention within the Council of Education Ministers. I've raised this issue a number of times in the Council of Education Ministers. It's also often raised by my colleague from Gauteng. And I'm not sure if members are aware, but there now is a formal policy review underway, looking at school resourcing, including the quintile system. And that policy review is being led by the newly appointed chairperson, Penny Vinjeveld, who is the newly appointed chairperson of the National Education and Training Council. And so I think that this is something that we need to keep a careful eye on. And I hope that we will be able to craft a new policy approach that actually better suits our circumstances, not just in our province, but in all provinces across South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, second round of questions, pages 101 to 152. If I can see any hands in the House or online, Member Boyson. Member Boyson, you can kick us off.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, there's a buzzword in the department, and that buzzword is rapid school build. But under program 6, they hardly use it, they hardly refer to it. What are the benefits of that program? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Boyson. Members, any final questions on the last part of Part B before we break for tea? Any members online? I do not see any hands. Minister and HOD officials, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Mr. Abrams obviously will talk to the detail, but the general, the idea of rapid school build in terms of the words was that essentially we build classrooms faster than we ever built before in the history of the WCD. And that's where the word rapid comes. And Mr. Abrams can potentially talk to the detail of it, but essentially it's about putting down classrooms in a shorter time period than we ever done before in the history of the WCD. On the detail, can I hand over to Mr. Abrams, please? Mr. Abrams.
Thank you, HOD. Thought you covered it quite well. Through the chair, thank you for the question to the honourable member. So we established the Rapid School Build program in the Western Cape, as the HOD outlines, really to deliver new schools and what we call an unprecedented pace. So it is about speed of delivery of new capacity of schools in underserved areas, where we've noted through the admissions processes, particularly, that there are burgeoning demands for access to schools. So we focused on increasing capacity at our high school level, which for historical legacy reasons meant that we didn't have enough of them. And if we had them, we didn't have them in the right places, or they were not accessible from a fees perspective. So what the infrastructure program does, that we call a Rapid School Build program, it catalyzes the expansion of the system. But we know, of course, it's not just buildings that would do that. And so we are igniting conversations around expanding and scaling up policies, but also resources like teachers and leadership. So what we've believed we've contributed towards is to create a sense of urgency around making quality learning more accessible to many more learners. And we've got the delivery results to show for that. But I think, to the honourable member, the overriding objective for investing in new schools, and so we prefer the framing rather than, speed only matters. We wanted to move with urgency and show that it can be done, and we're working with municipalities particularly to accelerate on land use and development approvals. So we think that's a big catalyst. It's the partnership with local municipalities as we go to, as we call it, go to field or go to market and deliver these solutions as quickly as possible. And what with construction mafia and other kind of challenges and hurdles, moving in unison with partners. So we believe that the benefits have been that as we take this expansion of quality education agenda outwards, we've been able to establish partnerships with others who share that sense of urgency. And I think the municipalities, particularly the City of Cape Town, has been excellent in doing that. And we're seeing that obviously in all the other municipalities, a similar level of energy and commitment to supporting us to really accelerate the development of social infrastructure, which my counterparts in health and social development and others will say is a very, very difficult housing, will say is a very, very difficult thing to do. So we're not claiming victory just yet, but we think we've got, we've got the critical success factors, and that is obviously stable funding, good political will and support to open up and unlock issues via the ministry, and then of course partnerships with other government spheres, big benefits for the way government does business, and obviously serving those that we need to serve, in our case with schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, that deals with Part B of the annual report. It is now 10:33. We will reconvene at 11:05, which gives us exactly 36 minutes. Members, we still have our information desk outside that can assist with unplaced learner matters. You will find officials from the WCD at the information desk. And to all members of the public, we will have tea and snacks right at the back. There will be officials directing you towards the members' dining room. Please also make use of the 30-minute break to engage the Minister and the department, as well as the members of the committee. We would love to hear from you as well. We will be back at 11:05, starting with Part D, Human Resource Management. This meeting is now adjourned until 11:05. Thank you.
It's against the citizen.
Okay, everyone, thank you very much. We are back in session. It is 5 minutes past 11. We will now deal with part D of the annual report, which is human resource management. Parts C, E, and F will be dealt with by the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, which will convene at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So part D will be the last part of the annual report that this committee will be deliberating on. Members, part D of the annual report, pages 171 to pages 206. If I can see hands for questions on part D of the annual report. I see Member Syed in the house for the first round. Members online, we are keeping a lookout for your raised hand function. But Member Syed, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me go to section D. My first question, which ties in with page 199 to page 200. It's on learner support and psychosocial services. Particularly given, I mean, we've seen this incident now in the school, in the context of gang warfare engulfing our schools. Can I get a sense as to how many psychologists, social workers, and learner support professionals are employed by the department in each education district? What is the ratio of such support staff to learners in high-risk schools? And then has the department considered, because we understand there is I was listening in yesterday to the Social Development Department's annual report, and there is a talk around the public service, obviously decreasing, an issue of resources. Has the department also considered developing partnerships with NGOs that are operating at our schools in vulnerable communities to provide psychosocial support to learners? Then also then from page 200 to page 201, disciplinary action and misconduct, types of misconduct addressed at disciplinary hearings. Were any disciplinary steps taken against staff that have been implicated in misconduct or safety breaches, including those related to sexual offences? We've seen now a few cases coming up involving learners or fellow staff. What mechanisms are in place also to ensure that such cases are concluded timeously, given that the report notes prolonged suspensions in sexual related cases? And the supporting data there is that there were 7 cases of sexual assault on learners were recorded. 7 out of 9 precautionary suspensions of educators involved sexual related cases. So just based on that, I wanted a response. Can I get into my other questions in another round?
I think let's do that for a second round, Member
Thank you.
Syed. I just want to check with other members. Member Stevens.
Page 173, 180, 181. Can the department provide an update on the current vacancy rate, particularly in critical teaching and administrative posts? And how long on average does it take to fill a vacant teaching post? And has this turnaround time improved from the previous financial year? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stevens. Minister and HOD, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to ask Mr. Mayor maybe just talk about the psychologists and social workers in terms of that question, and then maybe support it, if you're able to support it, the answer that Mr. Mayor gives. Mr. Kronia, if you can maybe support that answer. And then the disciplinary action, Mr. Kronia, specifically on sexual offences, if you and Mr. Iso could address that question, please. And then there was a question on the update on the vacancy rate in teaching posts. Mr. Kronia, that's also for you. We can do it in that order, starting maybe with the broad, Mr. Mayor.
Actually, Mr.
Kronia. Okay.
will respond.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kronia, thank you.
Chair, thank you. In relation to Member Said's question in terms of the psychosocial support, there are basically 64, and that's one per circuit, psychologists from our district office that support schools, as well as equal number of social workers. And then there are therapists also throughout the system. The exact numbers we can provide at a stage in terms of cooperating with other entities specifically relating to learners. Maybe Mr. Meyer can elaborate on that aspect. Okay.
The next.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I'm referring you to that specific page, types of misconduct, and you have a list of the hearings that have taken place for the reported period. You refer to sexual assault on a learner, that's 7. How timely do we do it? We will obviously receive immediate action from our side. If we receive any allegations against learners, specific reference to sexual assault, obviously the educator is alleged allegations. Educator gets suspended, and obviously after thorough investigation as soon as possible, subject to a disciplinary hearing. Obviously the learners' rights get preference as guided by the Constitution. And you can see there's a list of transgressions. There's a total of 339 unbecoming behavior of teachers. And sexual is 7, the most ones are assaults on and threatened to assault, which is the majority of the transgressions.
In relation to the last question that was posed in terms of the vacancy rate, maybe to answer it this way, is that all educator posts are at all times funded, and there are processes in place from school level, specifically for post level 1. If any vacancy occur, they follow a process and provide a nomination for a contract teacher to start, because we don't want a classroom without a teacher where learners are unattended. With regard to the promotion posts, those posts are advertised, and that is also dependent on when schools and governing bodies actually finalize the process, but it's advertised in 3 vacancy lists. We've got special vacancy lists as well, and that is filled, but it can take any time between 3 to 9 months to fill it with a permanently appointed promotion person, but there's always an acting either principal, deputy principal, or departmental head in place, and the number of posts we provide to a school, there's always those number of teachers in a school to support teaching and learning. Okay.
Thank you. Just on the question of partnerships with NGOs supporting, for example, learners, schools do enter into partnerships with NGOs, and one of those NGOs is community keepers, which goes a long way to provide social psychological support to learners in many of our schools here in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, second round of new questions, follow-up questions. You are welcome to raise your hands now. I see Member Side.
Thank you very
and
much.
Member Boyson. Over to you, Member Side.
Thank you very much. I've just tried to save you some time. Thank you very much for the responses. Mine would be page 201 with regards to tables 3.12, 3.12, 3.124 to 3 and 12.5 on grievances and disputes. So the report notes that 491 grievances were lodged, that's 78% unresolved, with 78% unresolved. And 393 disputes were referred to the bargaining councils. Can I get a sense as to what measures has the department taken to address what I see as a high proportion of grievances that have not been resolved? And what steps are also implemented to strengthen labor relations management within the department? Then my final question, with reference to section 3.12 on labor relations as well. There's an ongoing dispute. I thought just to bring it in, and we reminded every annual report about it. Ongoing labor dispute between the department and the former Heathfield High Principal, Mr. Newman, as now it's again drawing public attention. Can the department probably provide an update on the current status of the case and indicate also the total legal and administrative costs that have been incurred to date, as well as some of the lessons that can be learned to prevent similar protracted disputes? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Boyson and then Member Stevens.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm just thinking out loud on page 200. What would be an example of a demotion taking into account the Labour Law Act and the conditions of employment? How would the department get around that?
Thank you, Member Boyson. Member Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. What measures are in place to empower women, youth, and persons with disabilities within the department's workforce? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, HOD and Minister.
Okay, thank you very much. I think Mr. Cronje, you and Mr. Esau probably answered the question about the resolution of grievances. My understanding is that would have been the ones that were resolved in year, but some grievances go multi-year. So obviously that could be the issue, but they will answer that. I think generally in terms of the detail also about labor relations in the specific case, with your permission, Chairperson, we'll give that answer in writing. If the committee could just maybe follow up with us and we'll give that answer in writing in terms of that specific case. On the administrator, we don't have that information at hand right now. We give that information in writing. Then the question on page 200, which is asked about the example of a demotion, Mr. Cronje and Mr. Esau, if you could do that. And then let's first take those first three first. Okay, go for it. Cronje. There's a last question, but you supposed to tell it.
Yep, Chair, thank you. Just with regard to Member Said's question relating to grievances. What we do see that the grievances are not always finalized within the prescribed time frame. So it's followed up and it's dependent on the actual line manager that needs to finalize that. But in terms of measures we have in place, we have trained our circuit managers as well as retrained and trained principals in order to ensure that they do have a better understanding about the process, but then also to finalize it within the prescribed time frame to ensure that there's always labor peace also in our schools. Then with regard to Member Boyson's question around demotion, demotion is a sanction that is part of the sanctions on offer in terms of the Employment of Educators Act. So that is the presiding officer can actually choose that as one of the options. So without having any other legality issues that we actually need to deal with. And then lastly, I think Member Stevens' question relating to the measures in terms of empowering. We do have various programs, and also in a previous question that I answered, especially on youth, we've actually seen that, and I just want to get to my specific page that I can just indicate to you that in our investment, especially if we look at the youth, empowering the youth, that in 2013-14, we kind of had 15% of youth below the age of 34, as opposed to 23-24, we now have 39%. So there's been a lot of investment also in terms of gender representativity in our various levels. There's been marked improvement in terms of gender representativity with all the programs that we do actually have in place.
Thank you very much. Members, more follow-up questions or new questions on Part D, Human Resource Management? I do not see any hands in the chambers. I would just like to see online. Okay, no further questions on Part D of the annual report. That concludes the committee's deliberations on the annual reports, parts A, B, and D. Members and members of the public, we will now move to the public hearing component of the meeting scheduled for this morning. For a first round, I would afford all members of the public a maximum of 3 minutes so that we just ensure that all the members of the public do get the opportunity to make your submissions. And then afterwards, we will see to do a second round again. I will now ask for hands for members of the public to make inputs or questions based on the annual report. You are welcome to start us off, Miss, as the first, and then lady in the blazer second, and the gentleman next with the white shirt, fourth, gentleman at the back fifth, and then sixth for the first round, gentleman in the black blazer. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here.
Apologies, ma'am. I forgot to just ask, please just introduce yourself, and if you represent the organization, if you can just inform us which organization. Apologies for that.
No problem. Good morning, everybody. I'm Fadila Jagger. I'm a representative of FADAC Foundation. We work mostly on the Cape Flats areas of Manenberg and Hanover Park. I do have about 2 questions and input. I read on page 107 and 108 about the social and psychological training that teachers are that the WCED do provide, and workshops for the teachers to identify children that are troubled or need assistance with and well-being hubs. Okay. We work at a school, and twice a week we deal with extremely traumatic incidences with youth, because everybody knows Manenberg is not the safest place in on the Cape Flats. Just yesterday we had to cancel because 4 people were shot. That is where we work, and it is not safe. I commend you for your feeding program that you run because you can't feed a teacher-hungry child. I commend you for trying to provide a safe area for the children and a safe learning environment. But there are majority of those children that are traumatized, and the social workers and psychologists don't always get to all of them. My question is, okay, I'm not sure how many schools per circuit you have. Are you planning to expand on your your wellness hubs? Because you must remember the Cape Flats, it's not easy for a child to grow up, and not every child faces the same challenges in the Western Cape. And to provide and to balance where you have one psychologist per circuit, and there you have areas like Manenberg, Hanover Park, Lavender Hill, all these areas where the psychologists are mostly needed, and they are needed on a daily basis, because that also leads to a high dropout of schools, which we have witnessed over the past 5 years, because the children can't cope. It is not easy for them. Yes, they do get their one plate of food, they go home hungry. They face different challenges. They don't get home safe. They don't always even get home. They end up as a body laying on the street. So what are you doing to expand on the child's holistic development? Because sitting with that child and hearing a child saying, I just want somebody to listen to me, and that child walking out there feeling more relieved than what he came in. We need to educate a well-balanced child. A meal, yes, it's important. A safe space, yes, it's important. But the child's mental health is just as important, because you can't teach a troubled child. If you can just expand on that to me, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the constructive input. The second member of the public, over to you.
Good morning. I'm Lucille Fondling, representing LNC Community Outreach Programs. Thank you for having us. MEC, I'm glad to see you. So for us as a community of the Cape Flats and being in the schools, I have experienced a principle, and I'm glad that the parliamentarian has mentioned that, to ask. We do assist the principals, but you do have principals that is running the schools like a business. And I want Department of Education to please take note that the Quanto 5 schools, especially the Quanto 5 schools, you will go and assist and ask in the mornings for certain things that you notice. So when you approach the principal, then he has an attitude to tell you, go and be concerned about the waters and the rates. That is his answer to me. And when I spoke to him about the intervention of why didn't he have interns? Because his school, there's a lot of bullies and also a lot of gang leaders, kids is on the school. And we spoke to him about that, having the intervention, asking for why didn't he say yes? He said he don't have time to look out for these kids because he has a lot on his plate already. And I mean, that was the extra intervention, especially for his school of circumstances which is happening, and it's a primary school. So we do have difficult principals with the SGBs that is running the schools like a business as well. They are also part of a gang leaders, members. That is what we are picking up at the schools as well. Then we want to ask the questions, how do primary schools get drugs inside the schools? So if you don't want neighborhood watches on your school, you don't want the CIBs, which I belong to come onto the premises, and you know the kids. So what do you have now? You have a parent come fetching the child, and then he's been shot. What did you do for that intervention? Did you ask the principal, ma'am or sir, did you know that that particular child is a child of a gang leader? So what is the answer? Can you continue?
You still have 50 seconds left.
Okay, and then I also want to know if you do, are you aware of so much? I also want to know about the rape case incident. What is happening to that case as well? What is the intervention plan? Rape on a school is unacceptable. And there is SROs on the schools. The SAPS members was told to the child to say that nothing will happen to this case because his father is a gang leader. So this is the things that is happening on the Cape Flats. Rape is not outside the schools, it's in the schools, and it's a huge problem. Also threats, telephone calls going around, educators being threatened if they do something. So what do we do as a community? We stand up. But now the fear is, what is Department of Education doing to this business plans that is being run like a mafia squad? Because it's being run currently where you identify the vulnerable child, which they don't go for, they go for the top students. You need to look at our social issues. Vulnerable children is out there. They are going now for kids that has money.
Please conclude.
That has money, and the interventions need to look at the top students as well. We're forgetting about those learners, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentleman to your right.
Thank you very much. And thank you to take this opportunity to giving us. My name is Mr. Linda Capito from Kraaifontein. I'm a founder of Community Advisory Services dealing with the human rights and also education sector. Chair, I think page of 30, I'm checking in terms of the education is working with the South African Police and the also Department of Community Safety and the State of Cape Town Law Enforcement. I'm very interested for that, and I think the education can be explained more in terms of this cooperation, because in Kraaifontein, in Bloekombos, I never see the law enforcement to visit only one school because we get a lot of crises in Bloekombos Secondary School. Because Chair and the Minister, the Bloekombos Secondary School is surrounding with the informal settlement currently now. Bear in mind that the drug issue is happening in terms of gang also is happening that school. So that's why I says I'm not sure in terms of this cooperation. Number two, I want to check in terms of Minister says every year is building the school across the province. Yes, I can test for that. In Kraaifontein, between Wallaston and Bloekombos, there's a new school they're building. We appreciate for that, and 100% we are not disputing for that. But there is one of the school called by Emitini Primary School. It's more than 5 years. It's not built yet. It's a permanent structure. I'm not sure that our struggle in terms of the toying, we must be home up now till the building primary school of Emitini Primary School. Lastly, Chair, I'm not sure this system of online system in terms of the assisting in our community, because my community is not assisting at all, because bear in mind that Kraaifontein is one of development area in terms of the capacity of the population. Only one thing, education they have is not all of us we get data. It's not all of us we have internet. They believe as we have, when the government want to say something, must be also the loud telling. Everybody who can understand there is a service is coming. Only one thing, Chair, the education that's sending people of government register everything they gone. Come January, every year in Blokombos will see in the news there is an issue in Kraaifontein in terms of the admission, in terms of the overcrowded, in terms of the
Please
those
conclude.
issues. So that's why I says it must be just specific of in Kraaifontein. Thank you very much. Your time is so little.
Thank you very much. I already gave you 1 minute extra, but the fourth member, I can't remember, it was someone at the back, gentleman at the back. Thank you so much.
Good morning to the honorable members in the House and the members of the public. My name is Mustaqim Khirdin. I am a retired published author, and I'm very close to my community. So I'd like to make one comment and then have a reconsideration of a statement made by the HOD, and I have my 2 questions that follow. My comment, I come from an era where we had PTAs, parent-teacher associations, not SGBs, because that was for the more affluent schools to be found in the neighboring areas that we live. So it seems as if schools have become detention centers because it's just safety upon safety upon safety that's being spoken about in this house. That's my comment. In terms of the reconsideration of a statement made by the HOD, I would like to believe that safety is a right enshrined in our beautiful constitution and that education is everyone's business and not the other way around. Then my question goes, in the Western Cape, first one, how many schools are there using pit latrines in the Western Cape? And if not, that's something to go onto your brag sheet. The other question is, how many teacher employment opportunities have been created through this Rapid Schools Build program for the 504 classrooms which were either constructed or recreated during your 24-25 brag sheet that I have in front of me that I've read? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The fifth member was the gentleman in the black blazer. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Pupelele Mkoteli. I'm from the Delft area, where the issue of the education is a concern.
Please just speak up a bit. We can't hear you.
Okay. Let me come close to the mic. Chair, I'm from Delft area. We have a concerns on the issues of the education. I'm hearing here when the members of the committee were speaking, raise all the concerns around the issue of the education, which concerns all of us, you know. I think it concerns all the provinces in the country. Chair, I would be simple raising 1 or 2 questions, if not 3, but not more than 3. I'm hearing when the members saying there's a finance committee on the schools, which comprise the members of the SGBs, you know. And this committee in other schools, they call it themselves as funding committee, you know. And the concern on that, they're raising monies from the parents and saying students, they must pay. But you don't differentiate exactly as to what this money is for. And it raises the concerns to us as the members of the public. Now I'm hearing here when you said the committee has been agreed on these finance committees for the schools. I'm not disputing that. I'm also agreed, but I think you need to monitor that process. Because these monies, the way they are raising, are not raised in a such way that you must understand. These monies are raised in a such way that you can say there's a corruption in schools in the Western Cape province, of which the province, the Department of the Western Cape on the schools is also concerned as community members concerned. But we do not get exactly as to who do what, you know. Now you can call it a corruption even if it's not a corruption. Now, the suggestion is that you know, okay, let me put it in this way. If you go to the South African Schools Act 84.
Please conclude, sir. You can just pose your question.
Okay, I'll conclude, but this matter, it needs, you know, us to take it from the Constitution. That is why I'm trying to raise the act here. Because this, if it's happening, it must be happening through the Constitution. Because these finance committees and the funding committees are not in the Constitution. Now you regard that as fraud, simple as that. And when you raise it like that, it will be simple as if we are saying the department in the Western Cape is corrupt. And we are not saying that. We are saying that these things are not in the constitution of the country. There's no act that talks to these committees, funding committees, finance committees in the schools. There's nothing that says that. The act, it says both nationally and the province are liable for funding of the schools. That's what the Constitution is saying. Yeah, then the second issue, Mr. Chair, there's an issue of the employment equity at schools, which you couldn't also understand. Department hired the people to specialize on maths at schools.
Thank you very much. I will
Okay,
give
thank
you an
you.
opportunity in the second round. It's a lot of information for the department to answer to for one round. Minister and HOD, over to you for your remarks based on the inputs received.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. I think Mr. Mayor, if you can maybe just, Ms. Jagger asked the questions about the psychosocial support program that we have. She indicated there's trauma inside the schools. If you can maybe just talk about the efforts that we are making. Do you want to indicate, ma'am, in the answer that we will give? Obviously, I did say in this hearing in the beginning that the schools reflect what is happening outside the gates. They find themselves happening inside the schools. Our capacity to respond to that at scale, our primary capacity is teaching. So these other things, psychologists, social workers, and all these other things, they are secondary. What I mean by that is the resources that are given to us, we have to spend it on our teachers first, our books, our desks, and then all the other things follow it, of which you're raising specific things. So what the department has tried to do is actually have programs and have a system of psychologists. But clearly we know, you mentioned circuits. Obviously we know the pathologies that are showing up inside the school system reflect the pathologies of the society. And clearly we have to deal with the most extreme examples, which we do. Mr. Mayor will talk about the programs that we do have, but clearly it's not enough. It's not enough. That's really what I wanted to say to you. Because obviously our funding, the primary aspect of our funding is going on the teaching and the learning, because that's what education is about. There's all these other things. I'm going to say they're important and they're necessary for success, and therefore they don't receive as much funding as, for example, teachers and the salaries of teachers. Because obviously without a teacher, we don't have a system. And I think that's our challenge. How do we actually do that? So one of the things that we have done, for example, is wrap around services of the health department, services of the social development department, services of the sport, arts and culture department, to wrap around that Mr. Mayor can talk about some of the things that we are doing to try and look at, you know, how to actually make sure that children are, let's just say, gainfully occupied inside the school system, and also that we deal with the issues. But maybe Mr. Mayor, if you want to add to that answer, that maybe you want to go for that one first. You can go for that one first.
Thank you, HOD. So the HOD is correct from the perspective that we, a school, we provide educational services to our learners in the school during school hours. There's also various other organizations outside of the school that offer support, psychosocial support to learners and to families, like the Department of Social Development, for example, within our communities, as well as the Department of Health at their various clinics, as well as the City of Cape Town via their clinic structures. They have organizations in communities to support communities, particularly around social work and psychosocial type of support. In terms of learners within the schools, we have an average of about 25 to 30 schools per circuit in every one of our districts. And those circuits have a psychologist, a social worker, learning support advisors, access to a therapist, access to speech, occupational audiology, etc., to provide support to learners. In Manenberg, for example, we have recently launched a wellness hub, which is to provide a safe space for learners within a school premises. Now that hub that we've placed in the Manenberg school is not there for the exclusive use of Manenberg, but it will be for neighboring schools to be able to access services at that particular point. Because the concept behind the wellness hub is to provide psychosocial support to the community via that facility that we put on the school's premises. And there, for example, DSD is working with us on these hubs. So is Department of Health, as well as other, various other stakeholders are engaged within those wellness hubs to provide the kind of support to learners. We do provide training to our teachers as well via the school-based support team. So every school has a school-based support team, commonly called an SBST, who is their specific function is to identify learners at risk and learners with special needs. They then move those learners through the system into facilities where they will get specified, kind of very specific support. So, for example, the behavior, our positive behavior intervention center in Wynberg area, for example, learners will be referred there. If their behavior does not improve within the school environment, we take the learner out of the school with the permission of the parents. We put them in the positive behavior intervention center. We work with them during the day. We send them back home in the evening because we believe they need to be connected with the family as well. It is, I think, important that our communities must also look at how do they support us as well. Because remember, our primary responsibility of a teacher in a class is to teach, not necessarily all these additional functions that gets added on over time. Sports coach, sociologist, psychologist, etc., etc. The roles that a teacher needs to assume. In a large number of the cases, teachers are even assuming the responsibilities of parents, because children are coming from household-headed homes and the parents are not present. And so therefore the teacher needs to provide actually parental guidance to children as well. So I ask myself often the question of where does it end? If we just piling on all of these responsibilities to our teachers within our schools. We need external organizations, and many of them have stepped up. The HOD mentioned not gift of the givers, community carers, for example. It's an NGO, community keepers. They send in social workers, psychologists, etc., to be able to assist. We unfortunately are also contained by a budget. So we cannot provide a psychologist for every school. But if a child requires support and services and a Form 22 is completed at a school, there's immediate response from a range of stakeholders around that specific needs of that child. So it's not as if the child is left to their own devices. We don't, get involved with them. We actually do engage with the learner at the school. The school-based support team will say this child needs this kind of support. They report it through to the district support team. They then will come up with a plan as to how best to deal with it. The psychologists, the social workers, all are part of those committees and will then decide on the best pathway for a learner. So there will always be an intervention plan for a learner. an individual learner support plan, and that development plan for that learner is directed, and the teacher is supported by the district officials to guide that child to proper behavior. That is what we do in terms of learner safety. And expanding the hubs, yes, we are. We will be expanding the wellness hubs at school. At the moment, we have 2 per district. The intention is to expand it, of course, and try and double it up by next year, because we believe it's a wonderful vehicle for communities to have access to services of government at a very localized level as well, because we work on a and that idea behind our wellness hubs that we've launched with great success. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So then the second question was from Ms. Fondling, and essentially is talking about gangsterism in the schools, the threats that the school faces inside that area. What do we do in terms of how we actually deal with that? So, I mean, obviously, we are not the police force. Mr. Mayor is our guy who looks at how he can, because he's the head of operations, he looks at how he can crowd in all the police forces, the other departments, to try and make the school at the operations level, to try and support it from an operations level. I mean, I know Mr. Mayor wants to just talk about the relationship with SAPS and, you know, what we do in those cases, but I do want to say this, that gangsterism should not be tolerated in schools. Children, principals also have tools at their disposal for discipline. One of the tools at their disposal is they can organize hearings for learners, and then they can make recommendations through disciplinary committees on what should happen to the learner. Some of these matters land on my desk because there are matters for expulsion. Some of the things being spoken about here in this meeting, they do not belong in a school. The school system shouldn't tolerate it. So I don't want to prejudice any individual cases, but I have a very strong view about what should be tolerated in the school and what should not be tolerated in a school. Gangsterism is definitely something that should not be tolerated in a school. There's no place there inside a school setting. Mr. Mayor, maybe you want to just talk about the relationship with SAPS. And, you know, we all obviously got SROs. It's not wide enough. Obviously, we can get more of that. We will take it. But maybe you want to just talk about the relationship.
Apologies for interrupting. If we can please just keep the responses brief, comprehensive, because I have to afford the other members of the public the opportunity for inputs as well.
Noted, Chair. Just thanks, HOD. So we sit on the provincial joints, which is with SAPS, City of Cape Town, on various, all the safety stakeholders. I sit on that committee, as well as Mrs. Van Ster, as well as Mr. Nazim Sheikh Ismail, who's the head of Safe Schools. We sit on the provincial committee. We chair the subcommittee of the Prof Joints on school safety specifically, co-chaired by SAPS, as well as DSD, POX, all of those other departments are part of the school safety subcommittee. So there's an established relationship. They meet once a month, on which we report on a range of issues, on matters that we reported to Safe Schools. With case numbers, SAPS gives us feedback in that meeting. If there's a truancy project we want to initiate, it gets initiated from that committee, for example. So there's a very close and tight relationship that we have with all the security stakeholders on a regular basis. There's also a national agreement that's been signed between SAPS and Basic Education, between National Minister of Police and the Minister of Basic Education. That policy or that strategy still reminds SAPS that they need to be in the vicinity of schools in the mornings when learners arrive for school. A van should be visible around schools in the morning to ensure a safe passage for learners to schools. That's part of the protocol. Also, it says in there very clearly that SAPS must be involved with the school. And remember, I spoke about the school safety committee earlier. They must be present and active members in the school safety committee as well. So that relationship is established. We work very closely with them, whether it is with exams, whether it is with the taxi strike, whether it is with disaster management situations. We work very closely with all the stakeholders. It's an ongoing understanding that we have. Thank you.
So, Mr. Capito, you asked a similar question, which Mr. Mayor has tried to give almost the response. Your two questions were very similar, almost given the response in terms of what are the things we are actually doing. Obviously, we'll try and strengthen that relationship, but we have a very good relationship with SAPS and other agencies inside the school system. Mr. Hidin, you asked a question about pit latrines. As far as my knowledge serves me, we do not have pit latrines inside the province, as far as my knowledge, but my team is free to contradict me. No, my infrastructure people are giving me the thumbs up. As far as I know, we do not have pit latrines. And then you asked how many teacher opportunities were created in 2024-25. So remember now in 2024-25 in January, we would have indicated the minister will release a statement about the posts that can be taken up into the school. If my memory serves me correctly, I think it was 477, Minister. I'm not sure for that January up to 477 at that time for 2024-2025, starting in January. Then the last question, Chairperson, unfortunately, I could not hear the speaker. I'm going to ask Mr. Mayor if you can please take that question.
Chairperson, in terms of the School Finance Committee is regulated within the South African Schools Act. In the Schools Act, it makes provision for the School Finance Committee as a subcommittee of the governing body of the school. So it's there. The treasurer is usually assigned to a parent within the governing body. It's normally assigned, the role of a treasurer is normally assigned to a parent if there is a parent who is competent, sufficiently trained and capacitated to fulfill that particular role and function. At a budget meeting of a school, which is held during this time of the year, during October, November, schools have meetings with their parents to do the projection of the budget for the next financial year. In that meeting at a school, they will say what amount of money they will get from the department potentially, which we will pay to the school in terms of norms and standards, which is used for the municipal bills, etc. And for purchasing of stationery and textbooks, etc., for learners, cleaning materials, all of those kind of things, we pay for that. But the school may also raise funds in their own capacity. And so they will say, we're going to have 10 bake sales, we're going to have 5 mini bazaars, and we're going to have 8 casual days, for example, for the year. And these will be charged at 2 Rand per child on a Friday for casual day, and they will get a boerewors roll or whatever. But the money that is allocated, where the money will be allocated to, is decided within the budget meeting. So we're raising all of these funds because we want to buy a minibus for the school. So all of these sundry or these smaller fundraising efforts that the school is going to go through is going to be utilized. The money that is raised is utilized for the funding of a minibus for the school. That is clearly identified within the financials of the school as the budget is approved. Our officials go in and check whether the school is spending according to the budget. We have a school finance and records officer that visits schools on a regular basis to say, give us your expenditure and your income, your receipt books, etc. Give that to us and we'll explain to you, right? And you must explain to us, sorry, how you've spent the money. If you spent it on, let's say, buying balloons and it was not highlighted as an expenditure item, it's an irregularity. And the finance people will inform the school, you have spent money incorrectly. You were not supposed to have bought balloons, but you bought it. It was not budgeted for, and therefore it was not allowed. Okay, and the school needs to deal with that in terms of their disciplinary process for the officials who have acted outside of what their mandate was. So, for example, again, then we will also look at their financial statements at the end of the year. There's a form, it's called the O43. That form must be completed by the school. We get a copy of that. We check again to see whether they comply with the budget, whether they've spent what they were supposed to spend the money on. They collected the money they said they were going to collect. It was used for the correct purpose, and we then sign it off, and their school's auditors also have to sign off on those financials. So there's a lot of checks and balances in place to ensure that the money that parents pay to a school is managed properly, and it is in terms of the South African Schools Act and not the Constitution. Thank you very much, Chair.
Minister, are you covered with Thank you very much. Members of the public, I would first afford those who have not had the opportunity to make inputs on the annual reports the first opportunity. I see the lady right at the back, the lady in yellow for second, lady next to you third, lady with the denim fifth, sixth in front, and seventh, eighth for the second round in that order. Please just be reminded that I will give everyone 3 minutes to make your inputs on the annual report. Thank you very much.
Okay, am I audible?
We can hear you, thanks.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is Makanata Ziambi, and I am from Equal Education, a movement of learners, parents, and teachers that advocates for equal and quality education in schools, more especially the ones that are in marginalized communities. So my question is around the Safe Schools protocol that was recently introduced and had been previously introduced in 2011 as well. And that was due to the recent violent happening in school, learner violences, and even outsiders violating learners at school. We do commend the department for being very fast and responding to the violent act. But then we want to note that this is some sort of like recycling of policies. And if you look at the two different policies, the one that was introduced in 2011 and the one that was introduced in 2025, you see a lot of stark similarities. So we would like to ask them if are there any plans in actually looking at the current violent incidents that have come across to try and look at possible unique solutions to it, as we see that it seems to be the Department of Basic Education shifting the responsibility to the Department of Policing, because we understand that the police department is mainly trained to deal with criminals rather than minors or learners that are in schools. And then this later on contributes to their school premises. So I would just like to ask them, are there any plans to actually find more suitable ways to deal with the violence within schools that ensure that the minors are protected and are safe, but also do not see themselves violated or in fear while they are in schools because of the police? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second speaker.
Mulwenzo Xhosa, I would like to take this course because it's my mother language. Can't beat the English. Everyone must change. Cela ubuza kwa-department ukuba uthi xa ithethayo there are no social workers, but ii-social workers zikhona staying outside. Bona funeka bethethe no-DSD. Isikolo nesikolo funeka sibe ne-social worker, especially isikolo zakoMakhayelitsha, Kraaifontein, Langa, supposed to have i-social worker within the schools because inintsi into eyenzekayo phaa. Secondly, kukho isikolo ebendisebenza kuso, bendakhe iiklasi eziyi-10 kuso, but now i-5 classes are not occupied. Andazi noba besakhelwa uba masihlale sibukeke sisihle okanye what, because eklasini kukho 60 kids for one teacher. Sisikolo esiseKhayelitsha, andithethi ngesikolo esikwisetown or Claremont, ndithetha ngesikolo seKhayelitsha. Ithiwani into enjayo, ingaba udepartment utyala nje imali uba kwakhiwe iklasi amuve back angayojonga uba ezaa klasi ebezakhile kukhona nabantwana kuzo? Nantsi imibuzo yam qha.
Thank you very much. The third speaker.
Not this, okay.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My name is Daphne Erosi. I'm a parents coordinator at Equal Education. Uma Kanata has already explained what equal education is, and I'm definitely sure most of the members know what equal education is. As much as I wanted to speak Xhosa, but I feel like I really need to try and speak English so that I can get the attention, most members. Because maybe once I express myself in Xhosa, maybe the interpretation won't go the way I wanted it to. But in English, at least, I will try my best. As a person who's working closely with parents, direct with parents, community members, this session, it's just a pity that I arrived late. So I don't want to go deeper into the annual report because I arrived late. That's not an excuse. But from what I'm hearing, I'm worried about school admission, though I heard Uche said they will convene a special meeting some other time. I so wish we could be invited in that meeting of school admission because there are so many concerns. OWCED knows us. We are not enemies. We're trying to build a good relationship. I so wish even OMEC would also see that we are trying to build a good relationship here, because equal education is working with almost all the schools in Khayelitsha. Okay, I'll try and be quick. I've written them down because if I just speak, then I won't finish, others will run out of time. Every year from January to April, our offices are flooded with parents whose children are at home, not at school. There are many contributing factors, but what I don't understand is why schools are not assisting in this manner in terms of checking and also assisting with resources, Remember, many of the children are raised by their grannies. I'm sure you can see we have gray heads here. We are grannies who are raising children, and most of us out there are also raising children. Their mothers, we don't know where can we find them, but because they are our grandchildren, we have to be there for them. So I think by saying schools need to assist, it may be these graduates can be employed, because I also like to put a problem and also come with a solution. Like if these graduates can be employed just to put containers outside there of the school and then assist parents of that school or the closest school or the nearest schools just to make the work easier. Maybe you could find this helpful. And also, okay, I'm not going to go deeper into that, but these parents, they cry when they get to equal education officers. Okay, I'll try to be, please, just Ilandu. And we recently hosted SGP workshop at Equal Education. But what I picked up was that most SGP members who were present didn't know or didn't understand their roles and responsibilities. So what I'm interested in is that as much as we want to work hand in hand with the SGP members, because there's nothing we can do as equal education without working with the school governing bodies, do they undergo e-training? And if so, how often do they? And also, this is the last one, Chair, I promise you. How is our province coping with the school admission process? Because I had someone ask, how is our province coping with school nutrition? But now I'm changing the question to, how is our province coping with the school admission process? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And on the standing committee meeting that will deal with admissions, these are public meetings, so you are welcome to attend them either virtual or in person. They are not public hearings, but they are open to the public. The next speaker, I'm not sure, it was either the lady in denim or one of the two in front. I'm not sure. My apologies.
Good morning.
Microphone, please.
Good afternoon to everyone in the house. My name is Faith Fakela. I'm from one of the Xhosa schools. and I'm here as one of the leaders in the Great R network in the Western Cape. My concern is there at page 109. I will start with page 109. I will start with the point of 1.3 with that point. My curiosity from that 5.3 is the words are written like this: to provide training and payments of stipends to pre-grade R practitioners and educators. So I'm very curious about this thing of a stipends, because as one of the grade R teachers, as I am sitting here, we are facing a challenge where we are seeing our grade R teachers dying in the Western Cape, especially in the closer schools, because of this thing of a stipend. I'm not sure, but their stress is they are not getting paid as they supposed to, and they are not getting the answers that are looking for. We've been coming to serve our grievances about this situation, but we are not really getting answers. All we are really requested time and again is to change the qualifications, like changing the t-shirts, which is, I am not sure how does this happening only to the grade R teachers, but not to all the teachers in the Western Cape or to all the teachers in the South Africa. Yeah, and our teachers, our grade R teachers are dying of this stress because in the same school or under one umbrella, they are not treated well at all by our government. They are not getting right salaries, they are not getting benefits, while the others in the schools, they are getting these salaries, these right salaries, and with their benefits. But us as the grade R teachers, we are not getting any benefits in the same South Africa under one umbrella. And to me, this situation, it's really confusing my understanding, because even in the CAPS document, the CAPS document is really mentioning that since the grade R classes started, there is a lot of improvement in the grade 12 results in South Africa. But when it comes to the service that the teachers should get from the department, the grade R teachers are the last people to get all these services or all these benefits. Even the cleaner in our country is getting all the benefits from the government, but only the grade R teachers. And I just want to know, where is it really written that the person can live under the contract more than 10 or 20 years? Because us as the grade R teachers, as we are having these different qualifications, but we are still sitting or living under the contracts, which are more than 10 years, 20 years. Some, they already worked for 28 years in the contract.
Thank you very much. I see the lady in green on the left side of the house, if I remember correctly. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for affording us this opportunity to engage in this session. My name is Somikazi Mtya. I'm the chairperson of Grade R Teachers Network in the Western Cape. I just have about 3 concerns or inputs that I'm going to make. And mine also is on the program of early childhood development. I think it's 111 under subsidies. We really appreciate and applaud WCED for the extension of grade R classes and building new grade R classes in public schools. However, when it comes to employment, we had a circular 0035 of 2022 about the progressive universalization process, that teachers that were in grade R post from
1st January 2022 and beyond, they are going to be absorbed in the system. Those that are qualified, I think in level 6 or 7, RQV 13 and 14, they are going to get full benefits as the colleague has just said now. And the underqualified practitioners that are already in the post, in grade R post, they are going to be absorbed without benefits because they are still upskilling or studying towards diploma or degree. Then there is the rapid school program and the Melon program that has just started. The concern there is that we have teachers that have started to be in the post, qualified teachers in January 2023 that are not yet absorbed in the system, qualified teachers that are getting 10,000 rand of stipend. Remember, these teachers, they have paid the universities. They have big debts from this institution where they study towards diploma or the degree without getting any salary from WCED while they are doing the job of laying the concrete foundation of education in South African children. Then there's this imbalance as far as the rapid school program and the Melon program. The teachers from the Melon program that have started in the post in January 2025, as we speak right now, they're already absorbed in the system with full benefits. On the other side, we have teachers that have started in January 2023, qualified teachers that are still not absorbed. The reason from the officials is the progressive universalization process. So there's this imbalance that is causing the misunderstanding and the alarm between the teachers in the grassroots level. Remember, the teachers, they are doing the same job, and the Melon and the rapid schools, they are not the employers. The employer is WCET. When it comes to employment, teachers should be treated the same. So we want that to be looked at by the officials before the fire breaks on the grassroots level. And secondly,
please conclude.
Okay. We have teachers that have been teaching the grade R for more than 3 decades now. They are about to exit. They are about to retire. Is there any provision for such teachers? Because they have invested in the quality of education of South Africa. Secondly, is there any provision of the recognition of prior service to those that are still in the system, but they have been in the system for quite a while? I think the last one, we have the underqualified practitioners with NQF level 5. This qualification was endorsed by the WCED and it was financed by the WCED. When these teachers were recognized before the absorption process started, but now that the absorption has started, the qualification is no longer recognized. We request the WCED to fund these teachers to upskill for them to get the qualification like the diploma and the degree. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I had I know that you also have a question, the gentleman to your left, but I remember the 2 ladies in front. You were part of the first round.
Thank you, Chair. My question is based on page 80, and I would like to question the budget based on the EFT phase. The budget is mainly based on the physical education and mathematical education. Then my question is, why is it only based on the physical education while other subjects are not being taken serious? As far as I'm concerned, also accounting should be taken serious, should be put on the budget, whereby there is extra programs like Kutlanong that are happening in Kailicha and all. So it's very concerning that the Department of Education is only focused on mathematics and only on physical science. Yes, and then the other question is on page 20. Yes, the organizational structure. Why if there are only 2 Black people among, I think this is 30 or more than 30 structures that are there? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last member of the public was from the left side of the house. I can't remember if you had a question. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, members of the committee, and the general members of the public. My name is Papama Mabocha. I also come from Equal Education. I have 3 questions, but I think before I go to my question, I would like to correct a previous speaker from the WCED. I believe it's under correction. It's HOD, who claimed that transfer processes are just a mere process of out of convenience or out of just a choice. It's more than that. Those processes are based on people's lived experiences, realities, and sometimes life necessitates those changes to happen. And as a result, learners may need to move from school to school. So it's not just a matter of just there are many deep reasons to that. 3 questions. When I find what are the concrete steps is the WCED taking to ensure that every school, not just on paper but also in practice, has a functional learner accessible safety committee. These structures must not only be symbolic, they must be tangible and visible to every learner. And also, how is the department ensuring that learners in under-resourced schools are not excluded from being part of these structures, and that these committees are equipped to perform their task and respond to real threats? Second question is, while the WCED often cites progress in school construction and classroom expansion, this is not really the case and the reality in communities like Ekhayelitsha and Asemfuleni. And I'm not speaking about school halls like Ekhaya, Joslov, or Ola. I can agree there have been a build of school halls, but not an expansion of classes in Ekhayelitsha, at least where I'm coming from. Can the department explain how infrastructure planning how is their infrastructure planning addressing overcrowding and inequality in the Cape Flats, and building permanent schools as per the norms and standards for school infrastructure? I see also the expansion of what do they call the prefab schools, like the school at the back of Mpoleni. But what is the plan of the department to build permanent schools? Last question. The Safe Schools Learner Call Center number and also the program is meant to be a lifeline for all learners facing violence and trauma in school. But when calls go unanswered and delayed, that lifeline fails. What is then therefore the WCED doing to improve the turnaround time for calls and ensure that learners can report safety incidences in real time without delay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. HOD Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We'll try and answer the questions. There were a whole range of questions. Let me start with question 1 and 2. I couldn't hear well, but I'm going to start with Ms. Rose and then we cycle back to question 1 and 2. So Ms. Rose had a question about the SGB training. She wanted to know whether we do SGB training. And she wanted to also know how we're coping with school admissions. So I think she mentioned there that children are raised not perhaps in a nuclear family context that we expect. And she said that those are the challenges that actually face various people. But maybe I just want to say just on, the question of how we are coping with school admissions is that obviously we put a bold program, we try and increase the teaching components. We've, at the same time, you have to appreciate we're a large system. Grade R has been made compulsory. There's ECD that is added. We have to make sense of the world. However, all cases that have been brought to our attention, the child will be offered a place. the child will be offered a place. Now, there was also a young person in front here spoken about, you know, Mr. Mayor was speaking about, it wasn't myself, young man, it was Mr. Mayor speaking about the transfers. But we have to distinguish, if we were to just allow every child who's already got a place in a school just to move to any other school, I'm not sure if you can get a sense of what that would mean. We'd have chaos in the system. So we have to have a system of deciding. So we prioritize the entry points into the system. We used to prioritize grade 1 and grade 8 because those are 2 entry points. Obviously, we have to prioritize grade R now. And we have to prioritize grade 1 because we're in a transition period, and then we prioritize grade R. So what Mr. Mayor was trying to actually indicate is, you know, we have to go with the issue of what we are calling essential transfers. So, for example, in a case that you mentioned, for example, where maybe a parent was living in Kailicha, but they now got a job in Simonstown, and the family moved to Simonstown, and then in Simonstown, we have to find a place for the child. That is what we call an essential transfer. But we cannot have a situation, we just unable to cope with it, where every learner puts up their hand and says, I want to be in a different school. The system doesn't have enough places for that. System is a finite number of places. There's a bold program which tells you we're trying to expand, and it is a growing system. So just to say, we will obviously place every learner because that is our duty to do so, especially in the entry-level grades. If the parent makes a case to transfer from one school to another and can show a legitimate reason, like I moved out of an area, my family is now moving from George, we're now in Bloekombos, and I need a space in Bloekombos, then the department must try and assist that family. So just maybe to, I think maybe to make that point. I think question 4 and 5 from Ms. Wakela, and I think it was either Ms. or Ms. Mattia. There's similar questions, Mr. Mayor, which we need to maybe speak about, assisted by Mr. Kronia, to speak about the transition in grade R. What are the efforts the department actually took a few years ago already to try and distinguish between qualified grade R teachers, underqualified grade R teachers, and unqualified grade R teachers? The dilemma we have, even though there's been an appeal from many members of the public to say, can we just absorb the people who have been doing the work for years? South Africa works on a qualifications framework. As soon as you formalize grade R into the system, there has to be a way in which you become a grade R educator. And that, unfortunately, we're caught between that. And that is why when we started this program, before anybody else inside this country, started a program to start to recognize underqualified teachers and unqualified teachers, we actually told underqualified teachers and unqualified teachers to get qualifications. Because we could see that they would come. Obviously, I must say, it did catch me by surprise, even as the administrator, that it went so quickly. I thought we have a longer runway, but it suddenly was made as a portion of the system. So we need to obviously just see how we can assist here, Mr. Mayor, and maybe maybe you can just maybe speak to some of the efforts we've engaged in relation to that. Maybe you want to go first, Mr. Mayor, then we can between you and
Thank you. We have to start wrapping up now. SCOPA is scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. So if you can just keep the answers as short as possible, please.
Short, Chairperson.
Lucas, we'll take that question actually.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Chairperson. And to the House, we have obviously with our universalization and through Circular 35 explained the process of universalization for grade R. It is also incumbent for us to say that whilst the system was not compulsory, it is now compulsory, and it is from our efforts from 2022 to get to this point where we are systematically, and it's progressive, getting people onto the PERSAL system as they qualify themselves. It is also to be noted that the funding for posts in grade R is funded within this program, and there isn't a lot of money if you really look at it. So those are the two very, very important things. We are also in a very privileged position that people outside of the WCED, like the Mellon Trust, has gifted ECD class or grade R classrooms to the WCED, and it is incumbent on us to see that we resource and fund that classroom. So yes, it is a progressive, and some people will really not always be happy, but it is a progressive process. It is quite a large number of people that we are catering for. Thank you.
So, Chairperson, there was also another question about why we only focused on maths and physics, which is not correct. Let me just rectify that. There are more than 60 subjects in the system. More than 60 subjects. And obviously, we're looking at servicing all those subjects. You mentioned accounting. I think young lady mentioned accounting as being one of the subjects. We service all the subjects. However, we do know that for every learner, in terms of their life chances, if they get their language, first language, a good result in that first language, if they get a good mathematics result, it increases their life chances. That is why we're emphasizing those subjects. So all the other subjects are given attention, just we are highlighting the opportunity for the learner to be given more life chances. That's it. That's just really I think the short answer to that question. I mean, then there were questions also about classes not occupied. I don't know if Ms. McLean is able to answer that. There was a question about classes not occupied. And I do know that the infrastructure program has a build program over time. And I don't know if Ms. McLean wants to talk to anything about that, just in terms of how that actually works and why potentially that could happen. Maybe just to indicate, in terms of the build program, colleagues and members of the House and members of the public, we obviously have to think in the longer term of where the system growth will go. We have inherited the oldest school estate in that schooling in South Africa. Formal schooling started in Cape Town, in the Western Cape, and then it spread itself out. So clearly there are some infrastructure that needs replacement. And clearly when we obviously also have to predict where growth will go to put the schools down. We can't, so we're trying to almost get ahead of it to be able to get to where schools are. And obviously, if there are those glaring examples where you can see, well, there's massive overcrowding here with these 5 classes standing empty, I would just ask Chairperson through you that the members of the public bring that to our attention. They can even bring it to my attention in my office. And obviously, we'll try and see what it is. We'll make us aware of it and we'll try and see what we can solve. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair, just the last question that was asked in terms of learner applications in the system. I just want to give an indication that for grades R, 1 and 8, we had over 187,000 applications that were made on our system. Of that 187, 147,000 applications were made by parents themselves on their own devices. So the number clearly indicates that most people are finding it easier to use the cell phone to do the online application. Also to note that once you go onto the portal, the transaction on the portal is free. There's no data charge for while you are on the portal on the SAMI website. You can spend 3 hours there. You will not be charged 1 bit of data on your phone while you are on the application. So it is just a matter of getting onto the SAMI website. Once you're on it, from there onwards, all your data usage on that particular portal, we've covered already for parents. In case of the Wallisdean area, we have allocated 2 more pop-up sites, and at Wallisdean, that will be coming up still in later November. We will be adding 2 more pop-up sites there, so people are welcome to come there as well to have their application captured by our staff that will be there on those particular dates. The dates will be advertised widely as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Members, we unfortunately do not have any more time for the public hearing component of today's meeting. We have been here since 8 and members are sitting with the public account starting at 2 o'clock. There is a lunch for everyone served in the members' dining room starting 12:30, which it's open now. I will afford the Minister and the HOD an opportunity for closing remarks, but before we do so, Member Syed, I see your hand.
Not sure, just maybe when they're closing, if the department can just give us detail. I see not member, Mr. Mayor. Maybe that's a wishful thinking. Maybe one day. That'll be good because then he will understand the department when doing the oversight. Just to ask, which networks are whitelisted? Maybe when they close, they can just state that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Syed. And I would like to also ask the members of the public that attended today, you are most welcome to put the rest of your submissions or questions in writing to the committee, and that will be considered when drafting the committee report. Minister and HOD, over to you for concluding remarks.
No, Chairperson, Mr. Syed, Mr. Mayor informs me that it's all the networks. Okay, but maybe Chairperson, maybe to
Members of the public, we are almost finished. Thank you.
maybe Chairperson to thank the committee and yourself as the Chairperson for spirit of the engagement in terms of the questions. Obviously, as a department, we always try to do our best. We run a very large system. It's a 33 billion rand budget, 1.2 million learners in 1,500 schools with 36,000 teachers and another 7,000 staff in a system that shares curriculum with the national government. It is not an easy ship to steer. But thank you very much for the oversight. I think we appreciate it as a department. And if we have fallen short in any way, Chairperson, we try and do better the next time. Thank you very much for the engagement. We do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you to the members of the public also for all their comments and inputs into this meeting. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much to you. Thank you to the members and thank you to the guests for all the questions and oversight. We thoroughly enjoyed the session and hope that we comprehensively responded to all your questions. It is, as the HOD said, a very challenging environment. But despite that, I think in the year under review, the department made some very significant achievements. As I said in my opening remarks, not least the best NSC results ever, significant improvement in the quintile 1 to 3 schools. And as I've said, we are investing more in improving learning outcomes through our Back on Track program. We are building schools faster than ever before in our province, expanding access to education. And we certainly look forward to meeting you in about a year's time to report on what we have achieved in this year. And then finally, a tongue-in-cheek mark, I can't help noticing that the Leader of the Opposition is proposing a demotion of Mr. Mayor to Minister.
Thank you very
much for the engagement.
Thank you, Minister, HOD, and to the entire department for being here this morning. It's been a long morning. I hope you have some time to refresh before SCOPA starts in about an hour. Would also like to thank the members of the public for being here this morning. We truly appreciate the way in which you have engaged us. And we look forward to seeing you here on a more regular basis. You are members of the public and the department. You are welcome to have some lunch outside while the committee just wraps up a few administrative issues first. Thank you very much. Okay, members, thank you very much. We will now just quickly deal with the committee resolutions. I'm sure we have quite a few resolutions. Apparently not. If you can share with us those that you do have.
Thank you, Chair. There isn't a lot. There's one about let me just see, the case of the Heathfield investigation that they said that they would provide to the committee at a later stage. And then, let me just see. There was one about the appeal processes, how many appeals was received, and then a detailed breakdown of it, which the department said that they would provide. Let me just see. I think that's about it. If I've missed something, please.
Thank you very much. Members, any further resolutions that you've recorded? I do not see any. I think it's been a long morning for all of us, and we have SCOPA starting at 2 o'clock. Members, thank you very much. This meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues.